usually introduce themselves. Let's give them, please, a round of applause, all of us in here, please. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence that, I've been just reliably informed that the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu GSFR, is here represented by the Chairman Nigerian Governors Forum, who doubles as the Executive Governor of Kwara State, His Excellency Abdurrahman Abdurazak CON. Let's give him, please, a round of applause, please. And may request our indulgence in no special order as I hand over the mic from this side. The representative of the Federal Government of Nigeria, they so make their self-introductions. So.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, no, it's okay. Abari? Where Abari? Your Excellencies. So you continue.
All right, thank you very much. Your Excellencies, while adopting the already established protocols, and with time we come to reintroduce other personalities in here, may I so invite a personality that combines philosophical sagacity and is politically savvy, holding the traditional title of Santura King Gossel and the Director General of the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation. Engineer Dr. Abakar Gambo Umar is so coming for the welcome address. So, if you're welcome.
Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency Alhaji Abdurazak Abdurrahman, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, and also the Chairman of Nigeria Governors Forum, other Excellencies, Executive Governors, Honorable Ministers, NSA, and several high-ranking government functionaries, too numerous to mention. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to beg to stand on the protocol that has already been established. Let me begin by offering my sincere apologies for the repeated postponement of this interactive session. However, we are truly grateful that it's finally happening today. Thank you for your patience and understanding all this while. On behalf of the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, it is my profound honor to welcome you all to this significant two-day interactive session on government-citizen engagement holding here in Arewa House, Kaduna, today 29th and tomorrow 30th of July 2025. We are particularly grateful to the federal government for graciously accepting our invitation to participate in this program, as well as the elder statesmen, stakeholders, and representatives from various northern groups, organizations, and institutions whose presence underscores the importance of this gathering. This event is a continuation of the Foundation's commitment to fostering constructive dialogue between government and its citizens at all times. We have convened this platform 2 years into the administration of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to reflect on the progress made in fulfilling electoral promises, to assess ongoing policies and programs, and to explore ways to strengthen the bond between the government and the governed for the benefit of our region and the nation. Let me emphasize that this session is neither a probe nor a confrontational exercise. Rather, it is a collaborative effort aimed at fostering mutual understanding of government policies and activities while providing citizens with an opportunity to engage constructively with their leaders. Our goal is to deepen our democracy, promote good governance, and enhance service delivery to the people. This aligns with the core mandate of the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation to champion quality leadership, good governance, and national development. The foundation remains steadfastly non-partisan. Our role is to provide a neutral platform where government and citizens can engage positively for the collective good of northern Nigeria and the nation as a whole. We believe that open, respectful, and inclusive dialogue is essential for addressing challenges, harnessing opportunities, and building a stronger, more united Nigeria. As we commence this two-day session, let us be guided by our shared commitment to the unity, peace, and development of our nation. I'm confident that the deliberations here will yield actionable insights and strengthen the partnership between the government and its citizens for the advancement of our region and country. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish us fruitful and productive discussions. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Could you please give a round of applause for the DG, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation. Of course, for time constraints, we intended allowing the federal government, members of the federal government delegation to individually present themselves, but we were overruled. But instead of that, we would like to now ask you, the federal government delegation, to please stand up for recognition so that participants, no, it was a suggestion from the Honorable Minister of Information. It's okay, too. Thank you very much, sir. This is also overruled. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sir. But for your information, this event is fully attended by federal government delegation. Let us now continue with the order of proceedings. Next. Okay, so federal government delegation, do please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause as they stand. And this is a testimony that this event is fully attended. Thank you. You may please sit down. Let us go straight to the next item on the agenda, which is the opening address by the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, Chief Servant Muazu Babangida Aliyu, PhD, OON, Talba Mena. Please give him a round of applause as he comes to the podium. Thank you very much.
The representative of Mr. President, who is now wearing about 3 caps, representing Mr. President, Governor of Kwara State, Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, Chief, and thank you very much for what you have done in the memory of Sir Ahmadu Bello by naming a street and other things in Kwara State. Thank you, sir. This is a protocol nightmare, where now you have both the president and the vice president duly represented. So the representative of the vice president, Dr. Ali Umar Modibo, the governor, the chief host, and the chairman of Governors Forum. Now he is chief host, but now you are his boss here. Federal government delegation headed by both the NSA, the Minister of Defense, and wait now, I know what I'm doing. I am not trying to reduce the position of SGF. But I've always argued when I was Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Secretariat, that SGF and the Chief of Staff are direct nominations of the President. But a minister has to go through series of screening from the office of the NSA up to the Senate. And we saw what could happen sometimes when you don't pass the screen. You could go to Senate would not pass you unless the security screens you properly. I'm not talking about anybody. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to this pivotal gathering, which is indeed a reenaction of what we have done in October 2022. Many of you may recall that we invited all the leading presidential candidates of the parties, and they came here, the same hall, and each one of them told us or gave us his promises, his commitment on what to do for northern states and the Federation at large. Any one of them who will have been elected president, we will have done the same thing for him today. So anybody who goes around saying we are working for the federal government, yes, we are, because today, whether you like it or not, President Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. And it behoves us not only to pray, but to help him succeed, because his failure is our failure. His failure is our suffering. I don't like what I hear sometimes. Somebody even approached me. Why are you working for APC and President Asiwaju? I say, I'm not working for him. I'm working for the people of northern states and Nigeria. Like I said, any one of them who will have been elected, we will have done the same thing. Because, like the Director General reiterated, we are non-partisan, we are not a political party, and we cannot be a political party. Our major concern is to ensure the production and the elevation of good leadership and good governance in our country. Many a times, we blame government even for some of the issues that involve our doing. Believe me, what we know now, we have virtually become a corrupt nation. Anything you do now, you must pay your way out of it. But then, when it comes, you always want to blame the government alone. The government is a reflection of what the society is. You must understand that. And we already know, those of us who believe, God did not send angels, God sent human beings as prophets. And God would not send angels to lead you. You are the ones who will produce the leadership, and if you are not upright, if you are not good, if anything that is wrong with you will be reflected on what you do and what you produce. Therefore, for us, we know that there are problems, but we also know that they were not created by the current government. Many of the problems were inherited. And it has become so cumulative that many people are so discouraged. We need to understand, we need to appreciate that for our institutions to do what they are supposed to be doing, we must demand good governance. We must demand that they stand upright. But you cannot, like they say, you cannot come to equity without clean hands. You must come to it with a clean hand. Otherwise, you would not have what you are looking for. So today, we are happy that you are all here. The government officials are here. The citizens are here. They will talk to you. They will tell you. Many of you will remember the promises. I saw a caption. I haven't spoken to my friend whether it was exactly what he said about the lopsidedness of things that have been happening, particularly in politics. We must be careful with the kind of vocabulary that we use. Rabble-rousing would not help us. Saying slogans for the purpose of it would not help us. Indeed, after elections, governance must be given a chance. Otherwise, if we start campaign from the day of the swearing in to the end, when will the government get the chance to do what it has promised to do? It will not. Therefore, after elections, partisanship reduces. Unless you have something concrete and better than what the government is doing, and even that, we call it constructive criticism, not condemnation. Therefore, I appeal to all of us here to be very decorous in the way we ask questions, in the vocabulary that we use. Please and please, no abusive tone, no condemnation. Ask your questions for the purpose of understanding and learning what is being done every day. Let me thank all those who have contributed to today's success. Apart from the federal government, there are many sister organizations that have been helping us. The Arewa Consultative Forum, they're here. The Northern Elders Forum, they are here. I saw the president of the Nigerian Women Leaders. She is also here, and the organization is here. And also Arewa Research Development Project, as well as Arewa House itself. There are some people who didn't want this occasion to happen. But we know that God is greater than them, and there is no way they could have stopped it from happening. And we are here. Therefore, Sir Ahmadu Bello, while some of them were not involved directly, we are non-partisan. We are not going to be involved in abuses and co. But because, like I said, we called all the candidates to tell us what they will do. Now we are only asking. This is now 2 years. What have you done? How can you correct whatever it is? Because you will say, I will do. But when you come, the realities may block some of the things. What is it that you can help us? You have remaining 2 years that you will be able to correct whatever anomaly you are able to observe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you, and please, come clean. Do not behave like the fraud that we see. We saw a fraud more than 40 years ago in the Mambila hydroelectric generation. I discovered that even compensation for the land has not been paid. And yet, the amount of money that has gone into that. Please, I ask the current government to either kill the matter or come clean and ensure that that hydroelectrical generation does happen. The second one is former President was hoodwinked into going to inaugurate a non-existing port in Baru. There was no port, but they invited the president to go and inaugurate it. That did not happen. Up to today, it's not happening. So please, try as much as possible as government to do it if it is within your budget and to complete it. But it must happen in pari passu with the dredging of the Niger. Otherwise, the port will be useless if River Niger is not dredged properly. Once again, I welcome all of you. We will watch, we will listen, we will write, but please let us become about the way we go about this thing. It's going to be 2 days. There are going to be 5 sessions. 2 sessions today, 3 sessions tomorrow. And by your program, you will have seen how we covered all the issues and the text and what have you. And don't be, it's not going to be like the normal program, whereby when you come the first day, the second day you find that only very few people are available. The federal government has directed virtually every northern leader or officer, technocrat and politicians to be here. And it's a direct directive. And that's why we saw people coming from Port Harcourt, from Lagos, and from every part of the country to come to Kaduna for this purpose. So please, we invite you today, we invite you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
So he deserves another word of applause, please. Your Excellencies, Mr. President, represented here, the Vice President represented, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chair of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, our Chief Host, and members of the National Executive Council, adopting the existing protocol. This time I invite, ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address by the guest speaker, a former Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, a one-time President of the United Nations General Assembly, an academic extraordinary. He is Professor Tijani Mohammed Bendy, GCON. May I so invite you, sir, as you so make your own Goodwill message. Thank you, please.
Mr. Chairman, let me beg on this occasion to stand on existing protocol. This hall has hundreds of really important Nigerians. I feel honored to have been invited to this important interaction titled Assessing Electoral Promises, Fostering Government-Citizen Engagement for National Unity by this foundation. And I must say that I'm glad that we are holding this interaction in an academic setting, because this is ABU, and therefore we are free to talk as we wish. It's also important that we observe that, sadly, personally, when I see the array of really important, good people in this hall, that Nigeria is still battling the kinds of things it's battling. This should not continue. The convening power really exhibited here, and I can see several kinds of convenings that can draw good people to deal with Nigeria's problems. We should not waste this kind of convening power. That the call has come to address broadly electoral promises, but they are really dealing with governance issues, means we believe in the country. We believe in the country. We must therefore really, really work harder at organizing ourselves to benefit from the array of expertise available to northern Nigeria and to Nigeria at large. However, my reflections are targeted to bring in to attention global realities and trends as they must affect our country. there is an easy notion seeing that we are the only country in trouble, or that we cannot do this, or that other people have done so. And I think I just want to use what I do know, plus what I have also observed, to bring to bear some of the considerations relating to how Nigeria must be a learning nation. So whatever happens locally can happen or can have implications further afield. Let me just remind you that Boko Haram started locally. It has ravaged the sub-region. And we know, just for example, COVID-19 started locally. It ravaged the world. I'll come back to this issue. We also know today that nobody looks at the United Nations or any world organization positively because of ethical and legal challenges brought about by Gaza and by Ukraine, wherein the foundational principles of the United Nations have been completely forgotten. This is sad because we cannot have a globe without a moral compass. So bad as these events are globally and also bad as events are locally, we must positively engage. Otherwise, we are in deep and deeper trouble. And I say, as the Hausas say, it's only, let's say, mahaukaci ne kawai zai taimaki kanshi ya yaba kanshi. It's only a fool who will help himself and then come to brag about it. We should really, really take this adage very seriously in this conversation. So let me just do a short review, which is not necessary in this group, about what northern Nigeria is. First of all, very easily, we are talking of 2/3 of the landmass, 3/4 of the landmass of the country. We are talking about 2/3 of its population. Therefore, a discussion about northern Nigeria is necessarily a discussion about Nigeria. So there is no apology to be given why this is so. So we have a duty as northern Nigerians to look after Nigeria. We have a duty. So, and my approach is to see what kinds of things we should consider in that engagement with the president, of course, in this case, with the officials of government. Now, we know the history of the region, agricultural land. What is it that is not produced in northern Nigeria in abundance? We all know this. What is it in terms of minerals that is not produced or cannot be produced in Nigeria to sustain Nigeria, not only northern Nigeria? These ones are well known, but just a reminder that this is the issue. Now, in northern Nigeria, during colonial and immediate post-colonial periods, there was expansion of education and skills as would help the region and the country to live up to its progressive aspirations for development, for peace. We had a very strong civil service which promoted the public interest, which also ensured that disputes, especially communal disputes, were addressed in a timely manner. This is critical. Now, as all of us know, there were periods of turbulence in our country, as indeed in others. We even had a civil war. And even through it all, Nigerian governments successive regimes did very well in addressing those challenges. Of course, circumstances or conditions varied, skills also varied, and attainments of objectives also varied over time. For today, as the comments of previous speakers have indicated, Northern Nigeria has these challenges: security, poverty, education, healthcare, agricultural modernization, service delivery, and this is key, a weakening sense of patriotism or even self-confidence. This is something that I want to come back to because it's at the center of our problem. The widely quoted report of the National Board of Statistics, which is doing a great job, is improving really over the last 20 years. Nigerian social statistics can take that as an improvement, has shown the issue of multidimensional poverty in the country, wherein 133 million are said to be poor, out of which about 80 are in the north. Now, we have also the oft-quoted figure of out-of-school children. The figure was 18 million, out of which 8 are from northern Nigeria. But 2 weeks ago, UNESCO gave the figure at 18.5 million. I will have to check on the veracity of that one. But that's not the issue. Even if we have 10 people not in school, we have a challenge that has to be addressed. Now, we should know that why is this important? Northern Nigeria has boundaries with Chad, with Cameroon, with Nigeria, with Niger Republic and Benin Republic. And it also has deep cultural ties to many West, Central, and North African countries. Events in each of those countries can and do impact what happens here. Now, I want to give cautionary notes from situations across the globe. We are facing crisis now. We have faced crisis before. We have overcome crisis like the Civil War and even June 12. You have forgotten. And we are still here. Now, we ensured we solved our problems. Now, in the United Nations, there are 193 member states. Each delegation has its peculiar problems, but no delegation makes a habit every day of doubting itself before the world body. Each delegation tries to learn from what others are doing. So we cannot be the country, wherever you are demarcating yourself. Nobody respects you where you are demarcating yourself. You learn from others. You are truthful about your problems, but you cannot constantly be looking how best to demean yourself. This is something that we must learn as we relate to the world. COVID-19 is still being addressed because the destruction brought about by COVID-19 is still with us. So economies have been destroyed. I think from my own recollection, with the exception of a few countries and Nordic countries in particular, hardly has any country come out of COVID fully. Not only supply chain issues, but issues of poverty, real poverty in countries you cannot imagine, including riots in various cities in the world, occasioned by what has triggered problems socially and economically in those countries. Now, we must learn from countries that have tried to divide themselves, even on the continent. I do not think South Sudan or Sudan are better off now that they have been divided. I have very good reason to say so, but this is not the occasion to deal with this. But I just want to say neither South Sudan nor Sudan are better off because of their separation. So creating many states, many countries out of Nigeria will demean each hapless citizenry of those many countries. They will have no relevance globally, and they will have permanent problems. Now, in the United Nations, there is a forum of small states, when you sit like I have done to hear their struggles, not only the terrible influence of others over how they do things, but even how much it costs for them to do business in terms of scale, in terms of trade. You also have landlocked countries that are having serious difficulties. There is a forum for landlocked countries. They will tell you, and the data has confirmed it, over 20% cost because of the fact of being landlocked. We should not go that route. Now, I will also say on a positive note, I come back to this issue, we must be a learning nation. Today, a lot of people do not know. Look at Iran. From 1979, it has been targeted for destruction. Whatever you say about Iran, Iran planned. It didn't boast that we are the greatest nation in the region. It acted quietly, substantively to protect itself for that time and the future. And today, look at the joint action of Israel and the US, plus support from certain countries globally, and Iran is still standing. I feel sad if it was in Nigeria and you kept money to defend yourself against possible enemies, it will be leaked. And before you know it, they'll say, this is wasteful. They'll tell you we're hungry, even if there is food right on their table. You know, statecraft is a serious business. You have to have skill. You have to have a capacity to plan short, medium, and long term and stay the course. It's not an issue of one administration after another. Stay the course. Stay the course. And I'm very glad here I've seen a lot of MNIs here. This issue of simply changing because you want to show you are different has done a lot of damage. It doesn't mean we should not do reviews. No. But at the National Institute, we have always been clear about policies for the nation or for a state. And therefore, we should be careful about wasteful things just because we want to show we're in charge now. Now, what is to be done? On this account, first of all, what is to be done as northern Nigeria, as a region? First of all, we must be very clear as to the foundation. There is no northern Nigeria except if there is Nigeria. There is no question about that one. You should not joke with the unity, progress, harmony, and justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is absolutely foundational. Then, within this, we must avoid reinventing the wheel. I mean, when the DG approached me for this lecture, I said, okay, I can't say no, obviously. But then I looked around. I have several workstations where I read and reflect in different places in the country. And in just one desk, I found documents dealing with northern Nigerian issues. And the issue is simply what has happened to those, to whom were they submitted? Who is looking after these ideas generated? This is the key problem we need to address. Let me just mention, I say this is not exhaustive. I'm talking of just on one of my workstations. I will just mention reference has been made by the Chief Servant to the Area Research and Development Project, which work is really substantive. We can update it, but it has everything we need to work on. We have the National Security Strategy of the Federal Republic of Nigeria of 2019, which is broader but absolutely first rate. We have the commissioned report of Lieutenant General Dambazo, which deals with security issues in the north. We have the Ajahn Katongum Yaeli Ahmed's work, interim report submitted concerning peace and reconciliation in northern Nigeria. No, I will have to finish. I will have to finish. Atahari Jega has chaired. No, I came here 8:45. So I can't simply just leave. So Atahari Jega's work alongside the committee concerning livestock development submitted, and already a livestock ministry has been established. Read the report and what it means for northern Nigeria and for the country. And I have submitted something for the foundation in Maiduguri. Again, you look at that. Now, many institutions have done so. So the next big element is reaffirmation of faith in the ability of northern Nigeria to overcome its current and future challenges. We have to say we can do it. Otherwise, we are done for. So we must do this in terms of peace, justice, solidarity, unity, and progress of Nigeria, and the importance of Nigeria to the continent. At times, people forget the meaning of being a Nigerian outside. A lot of people will tell you, and I'm seeing General Marwa here, you know, every time in the UN, the countries that come around, where do we stand and why? So it is here, you think you are nothing. We are an important player in the world. Let us not destroy this. Now, we have global obligations as members of the AU, as members of the UN, as members of several international and regional bodies. We have made commitments. We can't simply run away because we say we have a problem. We can't. We have to stand for ourselves and for the continent. Now, how do we engage, Mr. President, in this case, the officials of government? I think this is the next element, because first of all, nobody will take you seriously. If you have your own authority and you're not taking it, but you're looking at somebody, what have you done? First of all, deal with your issue. That is what makes you credible. Now, for the engagement, I propose, one, we must anchor our demands on what is feasible and lawful. Don't request what is not possible. Ask what is lawful. So, because no government, except if a continuing government, knows the enormity of the challenges. Because when you talk of transparency does not mean every problem you bring it to out. It's not like that. Statecraft is much more serious than that. So you come to lead after someone has left. You are never sure what you will find. You are never really sure. So that's why you have to have the grace and the patience to say, you said you will do this, why are you not doing so? But be convinced. It's not like you simply say and run. No, you ask because it's important. So, and you also propose solution. If the other party is saying ABC, say, why don't you do this? Then there is an understanding. But you do so very clear. You are neither masters nor supplicants. You are citizens with rights and duties. Therefore, it is respectful but very firm. No hedging. We are talking of 2/3 of the country in landmass, 2/3, three quarters and 2/3, and you can't therefore be simply shrinking. Now, two, policy differences are normal in all governance systems. Reforms are also necessary at times and almost all the time difficult. But without them, you risk loss of everything. Therefore, you have to have patience when somebody or a government says there is a reform. Understand why, understand the theory of change behind it. Why are you saying this? What are the stages? What is the timeline? Then you deal with the timeline issues on the basis of resources available. So it's not simply sit in my village and begin to say this is what should be done. I must engage to see what is there and also prefer alternatives. It's absolutely necessary. Three, again, do your own responsibility first. A federal arrangement presupposes some work for different levels, some joint. Therefore, before you begin to again ask, do your own, try to improve, because governance systems must improve at the village level, at the district level, at the state level, and further on. Now, there are controversies in the media, and again, Chief Servant raised it just now concerning ethnic coloration of appointments in security, especially in finance sectors. I think this engagement is important. It must be done respectfully, because why? Let us be clear. For no administration should be allowed to do state capture. Nigeria is too big to have state capture. You must work for the entirety of the nation. So again, if you have worries about this, please do the engagement and seriously. Now, there must be, and I'm glad this is also read, as if you read what I had written, this issue of abusing government or the president. You know, just imagine yourself representing Nigeria, even in Mali or in any place, and the story is, oh, your president has not done secondary school. That, we lived it. That your president, so constantly you are in negotiation, and the story is that, oh, your president has stolen certificates. Your president has not done secondary school. What does it aid? I mean, you demean yourself as you demean your country. So this abuse of leaders must be, we cut it. So we must cut ourselves as leadership group from speech that is not civil. But we must be very insistent, asking questions about relevant things. I mean, one the so-called debate about Buhari, late Buhari, and may God forgive him, or didn't go to secondary school, but he was Major General in the Nigerian Army. And you think your Major General is a primary school dropout? I mean, this kind of thing, it demeans us. We should not go in that route ever again. Again, media. You must really deal with media. There is no other media to speak of. There isn't, because it's a tough one. And people don't want it. They want people who will beat their drums. These are not the ones we need. We have to have a proper media, including a means of how we read the social media, because now this is one other completely global problem. So again, this is all encompassing. Now, modernization of agriculture needs to be deepened, and I'm very glad that there is now a Ministry of Livestock Development, and I'm glad the minister is here. This is really great for northern Nigeria. I have read virtually all the reports that were available to me. I've seen Kuta and others here. And of course, my brother Jiga has been giving me what information was appropriate. Now, this has implications for poverty alleviation, communal harmony, and security. We should deepen and support that ministry very seriously. Now, there is danger, item number 7, in encouraging, even if inadvertently, the importation of food, especially rice and maize. We can produce this here. We should avoid the easy recourse. And we are going back. We have made progress. All of a sudden, everybody is importing. This is something that we have to stop. We have to stop this. Now, we have to have inputs. We have to have knowledge deepened. ABU is doing great work in agriculture. Many other universities of agriculture have been introduced around the country. Why then are we importing food in a land that has and can produce everything? Now, for each promise made or modified, we need to find a focal institution or person to follow up. Otherwise, it's just the usual talk. There has to be a way within institutions that are already here, established, to follow up on whatever is promised and what needs to be done. Otherwise, we just pile one other report after another. Again, there is controversy concerning distribution of infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is important. Infrastructure is both a signal that we have developed. It's also an enabler for development. Therefore, the National Assembly must be alive to its duties. Because no senator, and I've seen one senator looking at me here, no senator is simply a senator for his constituency. He is a senator of the Federal Republic. It's just to remind the senators that they act not only for their small setting, but for the Federal Republic. Therefore, in infrastructure, let there be clear, deliberate understanding of their responsibilities to ensure budgets are budgets that answer to the needs of the Nigerian people wherever they are. Now, these are some of the elements that the federal government in this engagement need to really give answers to. And if they have difficulties, let us also help them in giving alternatives. Now, I conclude by simply saying that it's very important that midway there is time to self-correct. And that engagement must continue in a respectful manner, guided by facts and experience that is available to an array of people in this room and elsewhere in Nigeria. I am sure that we should do so mindful of global trends and circumstances. Today, tariffs are an issue, a very open weapon against countries. Let us be mindful that it can happen to us. And things can change geopolitically. We must be alive to this possibility and protect ourselves, and also protect the continent of Africa. I want to thank the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation for giving me the opportunity to share these thoughts, and also to say, when you receive the document, it may have a few typos, but the circumstances of it writing, the organizers know. So, but I think you get the point. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please give the prof a round of applause. Yes, because for want of time, we are going straight to the goodwill message, and because we have so many groups, we are restricting it to only 2 important personalities to give us the goodwill message. May I please invite Alhaji Bashir Dalhatu, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Arewa Consultative Forum, to please come forward for comments. Sir, we are giving you only 3 minutes. You are speaking on behalf of all other groups. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I don't know how many all other groups are, but if you divide 3 minutes between all other groups, that goes into seconds. Your Excellency, the representative of the President, Your Excellency, the representative of the Vice President, Your Excellencies, the Chairman of Nigerian Governors Forum and the Chairman of Northern Nigeria Governors Forum, the host, Governor of Kaduna State, Your Excellency, all other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me say that I wanted to say I bring the message of good tidings from the Arewa Consultative Forum and good wishes to this interactive session. Now I have to bring good wishes, goodwill message from all other groupings as I was introduced to do. It is very, very important to say that we express our gratitude to the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation for organizing this event. I also want to recall that the ACF was part of the meeting on the 17th of October 2022, when all presidential candidates attended this meeting, and we had a very important interactive session. Our promises were done, our requests were forwarded, and everybody left happy. Let me also say that we are very grateful that in this congregation, there are very highly influential, important government functionaries who have the ears of the president. And I'm sure they are here to sensitize, to find out, to learn, and to also interact, so that they can go back and tell the president what they have been able to aggregate the feeling in northern Nigeria. I want to first of all confess that the president was my brother and good friend. He is now my president and leader. So, but with that, I also have the responsibility to express gratitude and encourage him where he has done well. Places such as de-emphasizing and diminishing the almost war situation between the ECOWAS countries a few years ago. In his capacity as the chairman, he has done extremely well to bring that situation down. Secondly, we also want to thank him very much for the huge influx of funding he is now able to send to the state government for them to create better, further beneficial life and situation in northern Nigeria. The creation of the Ministry of Livestock is also one of the things that we must thank him very much for. We also know that the opening of the borders that was strangulating our people had brought in a lot of relief. The importation of goods have brought down prices in the market. So, Mr. President, these are just few of the things that I think you should be commended for. Thank you very much. However, because when I said he was my brother, he was my younger brother. And in this gathering, I think my age places upon me the responsibility of also saying a few things that we need for the president and government officials to pay attention to. Fortunately, we have 2 days to attend this interactive session. But within the 2 days, we have few questions, or a lot of questions, that we need answers for. And we have few incidences that we need the government officials to take forward to the president. When the ACF visited Mr. President on the 30th of May, 2024, we have made a list of requests. We have addressed the president on issues of security, poverty, unemployment, out-of-school children, Ajakuta situation, bad or no roads at all, oil and gas situation in Kolmani River, the Mambila Hydro project, and the dredging of River Niger and Benue. Mr. President listened very carefully, and in the end, he appreciated our demands and requested that a committee be set up so that these issues could continually be looked into and reviewed and addressed and answers found. The SGF is here. I'm very happy with their presence, Excellency. We are still waiting for that committee to come on board. Is that all? No. Within these 2 days, we are going to ask questions about other things such as the impression, the general impression in the northern region about some of the activities of this government. For example, and I also want to use the Hausa adage like the professor, We led the war and the battle during the elections and produced 64% of the votes. And we have this feeling now that an yaƙi an yi nasara an bar mu da kuturin bawa, meaning you went to war, you led the war, you succeeded, but when the distribution of the booty happened, you are given a leper as your own contribution to the war. So that can, I'm sure the officials will digest this as we go along. Therefore, the question of budgeting also. We used to know that before 1999, the federal government was very conscious about the distribution of amenities, projects throughout the country in an evenly, fairly equitable way. But since 1999, the budgeting system has become skewed against the northern region. And we want to, if our political leaders, especially in the National Assembly, are listening to us, we are saying you must be more proactive so that this can be addressed. The out-of-school children that the prof mentioned, my own statistics said there are 20 million children out of school in Nigeria. And 80% of that 20 million are in northern Nigeria. If half of the 15 trillion is given to us next budget, not a single child will be out of school, including the creation of schools and teachers and equipment. The other half of the 15 trillion can produce road network in northern Nigeria. I have recently had extensive tour in the northeastern Nigeria, and believe me, it has the worst road, if at all, network. So that has to also be looked at. We would be asking questions about government officials who take decisions that we think are painful to us. One such issue would be if there is a representative of the central bank, why the relocation exercise, why the voluntary retirement, why the recent employment of 16 directors and only 4 are from northern Nigeria. We will personally make a request to the president to consider spreading agro-allied industries in northern Nigeria so that our agricultural inputs could be properly accommodated. I still have, all right, they are sending me away now. We thank you very much. We will be here with you today and tomorrow, and we will demand these questions to be answered from the government officials here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That has been one of our senior citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Of course, during Duce, we thank you most sincerely, a former minister, and of course, a legal luminary ex honore. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's about time I invite a personality that has been the most productive senator in the 9th Assembly, and of recent, has been awarded as the best governor in terms of peace and security in Nigeria. We call him here the architect of urban and rural transformation. Inviting His Excellency Dr. Uba Sani C.O.N., the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, has he come to make his address as the chief host of this event. Your Excellency, sir.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented here by the chairman of Nigeria's Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdurrahman Abdrazak, CON, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashin Shettima, GCON, ably represented by Dr. Aliyu Modibo Umar, Special Advisor on Special Duties, the Chairman of Northern Governors Forum, His Excellency Mohammed Inua Yahya, GCON, Executive Governor of Gombe State, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, the National Security Advisor, Malan Nuhur, Honorable Ministers and other members of the Federal Executive Council here present, current and former members of the National Assembly here present, the head of federal government agencies, parastatals, and other senior government officials here present, the service chiefs. I will specially recognize our own, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, and other service chiefs here present, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, Chief Servant, His Excellency Maazu Babangida Aliyu, GCON, the Director General, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation Engineer Abubakar Gamba Umar, the guest speaker, Professor Tijani Mohammed Bendy, former President of the United Nations General Assembly, Royal Fathers here present, members of the Kaduna State Executive Council here present, religious leaders present here, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound sense of patriotic obligation and genuine humility that I stand before this distinguished assembly to convene under the esteemed Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation. This gathering is not a mere formality. It is an invitation to introspection, to earnest evaluation, and to the forging of bold, forward-looking strategy for our collective advancement. The conference theme, assessing electoral promises, fostering government-citizen engagement for national unity, speaks directly to the heart of democratic governance. It underscores the significance of honoring commitments and deepening connections between the states and the citizenry. Let us be clear, electoral pledges are not campaign rhetoric to be conveniently forgotten after votes are tallied. They are solemn covenants, expression of aspirations, hope, and obligation. To assess those pledges is not an act of cynicism. It is an affirmation of the transparency and accountability. To foster genuine interaction between government and governed is not to encourage mere noise, but to cultivate the bedrock of unity, one grounded in shared progress, mutual respect, and restored trust. 2 years ago, this foundation brought before you leading presidential candidates. Among them, His Excellency Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. He addressed you not with empty praises, but with vision anchored in renewal, integration, and rapid development, especially for Northern Nigeria. He made bold commitments. Today, reconvene as a collective body of reflection. The question is unavoidable. Has President Tinubu honored the pledges he made? As a governor of Kaduna State, former senator, and a proud son of the North, I offer this response not from a point of political partisanship, but as one engaged in the journey of regional transformation. Yes, since assuming office as president and commander-in-chief, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu has doggedly kept faith with the North. Yet, no president, however visionary, can succeed in isolation. Governance must evolve from the performance of a few in Abuja into the collective enterprise of many. It must be a dialogue between citizens and their leaders, between timeless traditions and contemporary innovations, between constructive criticism and meaningful action. This is why gatherings like this are not optional or symbolic. They are vital. The Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation reminds us of our duty not only to remember a legacy, but to renew it, not only to analyze challenges, but to confront and resolve them. Upon assuming office as governor in 2023, I was confronted with a Kaduna under siege. Insecurity casts a long, dark shadow over our communities. Banditry, terrorism, kidnapping, and violent crime had become daily spectres. From the Kaduna-Abuja Expressway to Bindingwari, from Chukun to Igabi, Giwa, Kachia, and across the uneasy corridors of southern parts of our dear states. Fear was rampant. Kaduna, long celebrated for its resilience and cultural vitality, was being slowly eroded by chaos. The Kaduna-Abuja highway, once vibrant artery of commerce and movement, had become a corridor of dread, a painful symbol of governmental failure. The Abuja-Kaduna train attack of 2022 remains seared into our collective consciousness as a grim testament to the depth of the security crisis. Entire communities were abandoned, markets closed, and Kaduna's very spirit trembled under the weight of fear. Frankly, had we attempted to organize this conference under those conditions in May 2023, the hall would have been empty, or worse, rendered inaccessible by persistent insecurity. But we could not stand idle. We recognize instinctively that force alone, guns without governance, yields limited results. So we embrace a composite model, the Kaduna Peace Model, a paradigm blend of proactive security, community engagement, dialogue, and institutional alignment. By God's grace, and with the unwavering support of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our fortunes began to change. We prioritized peace, reinvigorated our security agencies, empowered local vigilance groups, and engaged communities with empathy, respect, and humility. Criminal enclaves along Kaduna-Abuja highway were dismantled. Markets in Bindingwari reopened after more than a decade. And ghost towns in Chukun, Igabi, Giwa, Kachia, Zangon Katab regained life. In the south of our state, through dialogue and reconciliation, we actively laid the ground for a lasting peace. The federal government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu leadership stood firmly with us, supported us, and stood by us. I commend the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, whose coordination and resolve have ensured that our security responses are both intelligent and sustained. I salute the Honorable Minister of Defense, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, our service chiefs, and all security leaders whose courage and vigilance continue to protect our people. Their gallantry fills us with pride. Yet, we must acknowledge that insecurity is not only a failure of arms. It is born of exclusion, of educational deprivation, and of policy neglect. Long before I became governor, I emphasized that poverty is a potent instigator of instability. By the time we took office in May 2023, over 65% of our population in the Northwest in particular were financially excluded. denied access to credit, savings, and hope. In that void, extremism, criminality found fertile ground. As former chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions, I foresaw that deepening financial inclusion will be critical. I championed the Bofia Act of 2020, bringing fintechs under formal regulation and laying the foundation for a digital economy. As a governor, I issue an executive order to formally integrate 2.5 million of our most vulnerable citizens into financial system. We collaborated with banks, fintechs, civil society, and global partners to preserve and expand that momentum. Financial inclusion is more than numbers. It is about dignity. It is about ensuring that a farmer in Giwa, a market woman in Kachia, and a youth in Zaria has a stake in our economy and our collective future. Indeed, at this point, I dare reiterate a fact that most of us here already know too well. Our challenges in the North today are deeply rooted issues that began decades ago. The region has suffered from years of neglect, policy inconsistency, and weak governance structures. Blaming His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has barely been in office just 2 years ago, for the problem that have been festering for over 20 years or more, ignores the complex history and systematic failures that span multiple governments and political actors in northern Nigeria. Well, the Tinubu administration bears the responsibility to find solutions. It is unjust and politically misleading to hold the administration solely accountable for the crisis that predates the tenure of the current president. I want to also at this point just, I was happy when the chairman of the ACF also made his own remark, and I'm happy he drew our attention, all of us here, that most of us who are the leaders in northern Nigeria, I think we should be open enough to take the blame, because there was silence. Where was our voices? Nobody was speaking in the last 10 years. Nobody was speaking in the last 15 years. Nobody was talking in the last 20 years. And we were sitting watching. The developmental indices in northern Nigeria, both the northwest, the northeast, and the north central, have deteriorated completely in the last 20 years to date. We're talking about out of school children, yes, 18.5 million when you talk about the UNICEF index right now. But more than 90% as of today. The 80% was about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But if we don't take very serious action, we might not have a region called the Northern Nigeria. So we have to be careful. And we should stop blaming President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We should look at ourselves in the mirror and sit down. I'm happy what is happening today is unprecedented. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria. Officials from the federal government are sitting together in one hall to look at the problem of Northern Nigeria and address it. And I think this is the beginning, and I can see hope. We need to continue with this and be focused and also be unwavering in doing this thing. President Tinubu's administration introduced a comprehensive student loan scheme, alleviating education costs and allowing students from modest backgrounds to pursue higher education. He is investing in infrastructure upgrade at federal institutions and enrolling thousands in vocational and digital training programs targeted at preparing youth for opportunities in technology and innovation. In basic education, we are expanding classroom capacity, recruiting and training teachers, renewing curricula, all to improve learning outcomes for underserved communities. We are reimagining education not simply as literacy, but as empowerment. President Tinubu's 3 million technical talent initiative trains youth in digital and technical skills, while our own agricultural colleges and technical institutes connect learning with livelihoods. We are not only preparing future employees, We are cultivating job creators. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's effort in healthcare are equally transformative. I'm here. I'm also happy that the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum is here. The chairman of Governors Forum is also here. And I can attest to the fact that we are getting a lot of support from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this support is not because we are APC governors. The support quote across all governors, irrespective of party affiliation. That is why today, I am not sure if there's any governor in Nigeria that can come out and say that he can go against the president, because the president is doing to us what no president in the history of Nigeria have done for subnationals in terms of support. These improvements in insecurity, education, economic inclusion, health, infrastructure, and agriculture are not isolated interventions. They form a coherent vision of national renewal that President Tinubu champions through his Renew Hope agenda across the North. Infrastructure revert is underway. In agriculture, long the economic lifeblood of the North, we are witnessing a quiet revolution. Farmers now benefit from solar-powered irrigation, mechanized tools, fertilizers. Climate-smart programs are reshaping rural livelihoods. Agribusinesses is supplementing subsistence farming. Local market flourish. Food systems grow more resilient and food sovereignty. In fact, no president has in the history of Nigeria supported subnational in agricultural transformation as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing at the moment. Central to his administration achievement is unwavering commitment to national inclusion. Northerners hold key ministerial and institutional leadership roles. Today, I'm happy looking at this hall. The entire security of Nigeria is here. National Security Advisor is here. Minister of Defense is here. Minister of Defense for State is here. Chief of Defense Staff is here. My brother, the Chief of Air Staff, is here. Everyone is here. We have no reason to complain. We just have to put our head together. I'm happy we're all sitting in the same hall today. So security, I'm sure after this meeting, will be a history by the grace of God. Again, I emphasize governance flourishes when it is inclusive. No president, no governor, no minister thrives alone. That is why this forum is not ornamental. It is catalytic. Sir Ahmadu Bello taught us that leadership is service rooted in vision and that unity must be founded in justice. Let us not merely recall his legacy. Let us renew it, elevate it, and embody it today. In Kaduna State, we have embraced that mandate, completing long abandoned projects not for applause, but for lasting impact, building enduring institutions rather than mere infrastructure, expanding opportunities not just for the privileged, but for the forgotten majority. Let this conference be remembered not for the rhetoric, but for the resolve it kindles. Let it mark the dawn of renewed national commitment to the integrity of promises, the sincerity of performance, and the vitality of citizen engagement in leadership across the domains of security, education, health, infrastructure, agriculture, and inclusion. The pledges made by President Tinubu's administration are being honored through bold, tangible outcomes. Certainly, more work remains. Distance still lies ahead, but the path is open, and the destination is in sight. May the memory of Sir Ahmadu Bello continue to stir our conscience. May his vision illuminate our path, and may we, in our time, prove worthy of the Nigeria he envisaged. Thank you. May God bless Kaduna State, Northern Nigeria, and Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That has been His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, our chief host for today's event. Your Excellency, Mr. President, here represented the Vice President, here represented members of the National Executive Council. Permit me as I adopt the already existing protocols. And it's about time I invite for address by the chairman of Northern Governors Forum, who doubles as the Executive Governor of Gombe State, His Excellency Mohammed Inua Yahya, CON. Let's put our hands together as he comes right to the rostrum for his own address. Your Excellency, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency Abdurrahman Abdurazak, the Governor of Kwara State. Your Excellency, the Vice President, again ably represented by the Special Advisor, my own dear brother, the Dambram Gwambe, Dr. Aliyu Modibo Umar. Excellencies, my colleagues, members of the National Assembly, the National Security Advisor, heads of security agencies, ministers and advisors of the federal government, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of us. I feel highly honored to address this distinguished gathering as we undertake a vital exercise in democratic accountability. The theme of today's program, Assessing Electoral Promise, Fostering Government-Citizen Engagement for National Unity, speaks to the very heart of what makes democracy meaningful. True democracy and good governance are not a one-way traffic, but a continuous dialogue between leaders and citizens. Forums like this are crucial to building public trust and strengthening citizens' participation in governance. They are not just meant to showcase achievements, but to create spaces where citizens can question, suggest, and hold power accountable. As leaders, we must have the humility to accept our mistakes where we are and make adjustments where possible based on the needs and feedback of the people. When candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu stood before us during the 2023 campaigns, he made specific commitments to northern Nigeria. The North, believing in Tinubu's vision, voted strongly for him against some candidates that were of northern extraction, contributing a whopping total of over 60% of the Tinubu votes that won the election to make him president. Today, we gather not for empty rhetorics, but to examine those promises and assess the level of progress so far made. What we find is an administration that has been working to deliver meaningful results for our region despite facing significant national challenges. And this shows that our democracy can only work when leaders deliver on their promises. And leaders can only deliver when citizens are engaged, just as we are doing now, while policies and programs are designed and implemented in ways that reflect the yearnings and aspirations of the citizenry. I'm bold to say that the evidence of progress is visible across our region and indeed across Nigeria. Thanks to the President's renewed hope agenda Many projects started by the previous administration are now racing towards completion. An example, the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Expressway, which was recently renegotiated and awarded, the Kano-Katsina-Maradi rail line, which is still being worked and has not stopped, the rehabilitation of Kaduna refinery, and the Kaduna-Kano gas pipeline projects, and the continuation of drilling activities in Kolmani oil fields. I am the governor of Gombe State, and Kolmani is in Gombe. I can testify to the fact that the oil companies have resumed, and that followed when in 2022 August, President Buhari was taken to lay the foundation of the integrated development that constitutes a refinery, a fertilizer plant, and a power generation plant. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not invited then by the NNPC management, not even the federal government. But as an APC governor, I looked around and I said, no, we have a candidate that has to know something about this, and we must make sure that seeing that the days are almost gone, because barely a year plus for President Buhari to go, somebody else must continue that job. So I called the then party chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamo, and told him that he had to organize from the APC front. At least let us have representation, and it should include, if possible, our presidential candidate. He honored the invitation, not from the president then, not from the NNPC, but from my own self. He went to Gombe, and he asked me, what do you want me to say, Mr. Governor? I said, sir, just tell the people that wherever Buhari stops, you will continue with this project. And he did. He made that promise. And he has fulfilled it, because as at today, the oil companies have resumed. After so many lengthy negotiations, the National Security Advisor can testify to that here. And I believe very soon, inshallah, the result will start to show. I make bold to say that the evidence of progress is here, like I said, and with the new infrastructure projects which are coming up, including various interstate road networks, like the ambitious Sokoto-Badagry superhighway. I believe the Minister of State for Works is here. He can talk on that. But that will not stop me, myself, being from the Northeast, to mention that we need more federal presence. So please look into that when you come to discuss. The superhighway initiative has not touched any section of the Northeast. And Borno, Adamawa, Taraba, Bauchi, Gombe, and Yobe. If you consider the landmass, and roads can only be built on land. If you consider the landmass passing through the North Central until you get to Benue, there are issues. So please, let's use this as an opportunity to address the issues, and I believe the president will be happy knowing this, and it will be addressed. I'm just diverting from my own speech so that I put that in perspective. As already mentioned by the chairman of the Northern Area Consultative Forum. A superhighway I mentioned, agricultural value chain is also being improved, and that will overtake a lot of our people, knowing fully well that close to 75% or more of our people are peasant farmers. So if we have something that will engage them, and I believe the special agri-processing zone, which is being promoted and is being executed, will give room for all that to be done. And all those will contribute to uplifting the well-being of our people. On the security front, we have witnessed significant progress. The governor of Kaduna has mentioned. I am from the Northeast, so I can talk about what is happening there. And I believe even in the North Central, the issue is now gradually subsiding, and inshallah we shall cross the bridge. And it's not for me to elaborate on that, but so many bandits have been eliminated. And while all the challenges remain, the trajectory is clear. The siege on our people is being lifted. The creation of Ministry of Livestock Development addresses a generations-old challenge by providing a framework to modernize our pastoral economy. And recently, the Minister of Livestock Development was in Gombe to inaugurate an integrated livestock and agri-industrial zone. A 185-hectare facility that constitutes an abattoir, a tannery, a grains market, and livestock market, and including an inland dry port, is coming up. So inshallah, the openings are coming up, and I approached the president specifically on that, and he supported us, just as the governor of Kaduna mentioned. When you go with genuine and congent intentions, you get the support. So we have to organize ourselves in a way that such things can be promoted, and I believe if we so do them, the situation will improve better than at least we found it. There is no doubt that the economic reforms undertaken by this administration, including fuel subsidy removal and exchange rate flotation, have come with debilitating side effects. However, these were necessary measures in order to stabilize our economy for long-term growth. The pain is real, but so also is the progress. I say so because I can testify, and I believe the governor of Jigawa State, former, and the former governor of Zamfara State were then in the National Economic Council. So also our governor, Abdurrahman Abdurazak. And at a point, the then National Economic Council constituted a panel, a committee, and the then governor of Kaduna State, Man Nasser El-Rufai, who chaired the committee. And the recommendation of that committee was that subsidy must go. And it was around late 2022. Eventually, the the NEC, under the vice president then, Osinbajo, resolved that it should be stood down and that we wait until a new government comes in so that it could create the waste and absorb the shocks. Suddenly, President Bola Ahmed succeeded, and what was provided in the budget for subsidy was only up to the month of June. And he was sworn in virtually on the 29th of May, so nearly in June. So what would have been there must be something that could take the country for just 30 more days. And there was no National Assembly. He was forced to no option. I continuously say that he was forced to no option than to say the subsidy has gone. Subsidy has gone. There are attendant difficulties. In these 2 years, we've been able to see some light at the end of the tunnel. So kudos to the president for taking that bold decision. And I believe there are several attempts, even the Buharis that people followed, blindfolded, may his soul rest in peace, could not remove subsidy. But it was very real, and it had to be done. And it had been lingering for close to 40 years. And there was no way it could be sustained. What was available for people to utilize in forms of palliative or support through a loan facility of 850 million, the Minister of Budget is here, he could testify that he was also in NEC. People said, no, Buhari was going. There was no need to get any loan. The National Assembly did not approve that loan. And there was no option. And we could not have been borrowing anyway, in any case, to be supporting a subsidy regime that was not sustainable and nearly impossible and full of corrupt tendencies of our own system. So I praise the president for taking that bold initiative. and we are seeing the results. So please bear with the government and understand with the situation. I believe very soon, inshallah, people will start to smile. To sustain and build on these gains, all holders must play their own part. We cannot play anything outside the fringes or the boundaries of Nigeria. And we have admitted ourselves that we must go with partners. We can't go alone. The North alone cannot be Nigeria, except if it is something else. So we must align, and we must work with our brothers in other regions so that the federal government of Nigeria will now progress, and inclusivity will entail that everybody touches what progress is. Our state governments must complement federal initiatives with local investment in infrastructure and human capital development. Traditional rulers and religious leaders must continue their vital role of community mobilization and conflict resolution. Business leaders and civil society organizations must maintain their constructive engagement with both the governments and the people. As we engage with representatives of the federal government, let's do so with fairness and wisdom. The North's partnership with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration has yielded these results that I mentioned, from infrastructure to security to governance and so on. And going forward, I think resolving the issues and working together is the best way for us to go, rather than confrontation or not dialoguing in a way that the results will show and be impacted on our people. Our region's decisive support for this administration was rooted in the understanding that the North and the South alliance is not merely a political arithmetic, but a stabilizing force for national unity. As the late Sardauna reminded us in his autobiography, the North's strength lies in its unity with all Nigeria. I urge all of us to continue with our support and pray that the administration will succeed in working to overcome our challenges. And that we do by encouraging Mr. President to carry on and giving him a pat on the back. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of our democracy is not found in campaign promises and slogans, but in what happens when the elections are over. Democracy thrives in the spaces we create for honest dialogue, in the accountability we demand from our leaders, and in the responsibility we all share to build a Nigeria that works for every citizen. Today's gathering exemplifies how we should govern, not from the comfort of our offices, but in constant conversation with the people we serve. When government and citizens work as true partners, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. There is no unity we cannot achieve, and no future will be too heavy for us to build together. I want to thank you and thank the organizers for listening and for organizing the event, and I wish us all a fruitful and insightful discussion so that we all live here better equipped to serve the Nigerian people. May God bless you all. God bless the northern part of Nigeria and indeed Nigeria at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Chairman of Northern Governors Forum. Your Excellency's distinguished guest, it's time I invite the leader of the federal government delegation to the second two-day interactive session on governance and citizens engagement who is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akweme, FNIM CON. Let's give him, please, a round of applause. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. I was looking for an angle to approach this very important dialogue. Please be seated. Someone provided a gap, and I just want to capitalize on it a little. But before that, let me, with due respect, invite all the ministers, advisors, and top government functionaries who are part of this delegation to come forward. Please move forward. Yeah, I want them to come.
Thank you. Thank you. This is very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
You made a very good observation.
Yeah. Let's take picture. This picture will remain for long.
Yeah.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in no particular order, I would like to call all the ministers that are here, one after the other, in no particular order. Mr. President has endorsed that all the ministers from the northern part of the country answer the call by the Sadona Memorial Foundation to come and dialogue with them for greater understanding. The Honorable Minister of Defense, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning, the Honorable Minister of Information and National Orientation, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, the Honorable Minister of Steel Development, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs, the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, the Honorable Minister of Transportation, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, the Honorable Minister of State for Works, the Honorable Minister of State for Regional Development, the Honorable Minister of State for FCT, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, the Honorable Minister of State Housing, the National Security Advisor, the Honorable Minister of Housing, the Special Advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination, the Chairman of ICPC, the Chairman NDLEA, the Chairman National Hajj Commission, the Executive Vice Chairman National Communications Commission, the Director General NITDA, the Director General Oil and Gas Free Trade Zone, the Director General Nigerian Television Authority, the Director General Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, the Director General National Orientation Agency, the Chairman Presidential Natural Gas Initiative, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of the Air Staff, the DIG Force Intelligence from the Nigerian Police, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, the Controller General of the Civil Defense, the CG Immigration, the Director General Budget Office, Managing Director Nexim Bank, Managing Director Northwest Development Commission and his team, the Managing Director Northeast Development Commission and his team, the Managing Director North Central Development Commission and his team, the Executive Secretary, UBEC, Universal Basic Education Commission, the Executive Secretary, Al-Majri and Out-of-School Children, the Executive Secretary, Nomadic Education Commission, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, the three of them from the North Central, Northeast, and Northwest are all here. the board and management of the Northwest and North Central of other boards that are here, the chairman of NIMASA, the commissioners for Northwest and North Central for the NERC, the chairman, National Sports Commission, the brand new chairman who just came back from Morocco. The vice president has directed I should also be here. The special assistant on community engagement. Now, all these ministers that I have called are here. There are just a few that are outside this country on national assignment. Otherwise, Mr. President has directed that all of us from the northern part of the country, led by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, His Excellency George Akume, the National Security Advisor, and all the other ministers here, come here and present ourselves to you directly. And I will hasten to say, as I have been told by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, that Mr. President has also said that we should encourage and thank the Sardauna Memorial Foundation and say that this is not just a flash in the pan. As long as they continue to invite us, we will continue to come. Even if they don't invite us, we will ask them to invite us so that we'll come here and continue to explain to you. This is part of the effort by the federal government to continue to engage with Nigerians, especially those from the northern part of the country, and for you to also put faces to all of us standing before you. There's also the MD of REA is here. The DG of NITDA is also here. MBTE is also here. The list is growing. Over 60 already I have mentioned. And downstream is here. DG NEPAD is here. NCPA is here. More are here. So for all those who have not been able to call, it's not because we are not recognized. NDLEA, by our own director, by our own chairman, NDLEA is patiently here. Nobody is carrying drugs here, I'm sure. Then there is also DG Budget I have mentioned. He is the one who is outlining the budget so that he will hear from you, and the Minister of Budget is here. Whatever the concerns are, when they go back to the drawing board, they will reflect that too in the budget, which we know Mr. President will graciously also approve, and the National Assembly will also pass. Thank you. I will now hand over the microphone to the leader of the delegation, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, himself from the northern part of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At a glance, you can see what the President has carefully put in place from the northern part of this country to be part of his team. Some of the ministers are on their way to Kaduna. They were involved in some inaugurations, but they are on their way to Kaduna, and all of us are going to stay here for 2 days for this wonderful dialogue. You can now please go back to your respective seats. Thank you very much. Look at it. It's on the ground there. Take it from me. It's on the ground where I was sitting. Funny. Before you came, telling us.
Excellency.
You are the greatest. You are a good man.
This is an endorsement.
Thank you very much. Yes. How are you? How are you? Okay. Thank you. Now go there. Your Excellencies, can we be seated so that
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Members of the federal government delegation, could you please be seated? The SGF is about to address us. Kindly please get seated. The SGF is ready to address us.
Can we be seated, please?
Please, the leader or the delegation of the federal government just mount the podium. I will request for indulgence to please allow him, as he so made his own submission now, please. Please, please.
Can we please be seated? The leader of federal government delegation is ready with his speech. Could you please accord him that respect? Kindly please find your seats and sit down.
Please, exchanging of pleasantries will be done later. Later, there will be time for exchange of pleasantries. I will request for indulgence. Distinguished, please be seated. As already here, he is representing a very, very powerful part of the government. Sir.
I want to remind all of us that this event is being aired live on various platforms. The national television, that is the Nigerian Television Authority, the TVC, Arise TV. Please, can we maintain some order? Sir, you may please go on. Thank you, sir.
The video is watching you now. Let them go down first. The video is only watching you now. So only yourself is captured now by the national. I know.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Be seated. Thank you very much. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, ably represented by His Excellency the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum and Governor of Kwara State, Abdul Razak, the Vice President, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented by his Special Advisor Modibo. Our Chief Host, His Excellency Senator Obasani, Governor of Kaduna State. His Excellency Governor Yahaya of Gombe State and Chairman Northern Governors Forum. Members of the National Assembly, the National Security Advisor, Honorable Ministers, other special advisors here present, the service chiefs led by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Musa, top government functionaries, the trustees of Sir Ahmadu Bello Foundation, the chairman of the board of trustees of Arewa Consultative Forum, Barrister Bashir, leaders of other organizations here present, other security chiefs, traditional and religious leaders, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I speak as leader of the federal government delegation. It is an honor for me to join you all today to present this short address at the 2025 edition of the Government Citizen Engagement event organized by the Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, taking place at the Arewa House here in Kaduna. I recall that in February 2025, I attended a memorial event organized by the foundation in Bauchi. I commend the foundation for creating a channel through which government and the citizens can forge a strong synergy for the improvement of governance space in Nigeria. I must begin this address by extolling the virtues of the late Sir Ahmadu Bello, in whose honor the Memorial Foundation has organized this event, a date that is memorable in the historical calendar of northern Nigeria. Sir Ahmadu Bello was a phenomenal being who promoted national cohesion and unity in Nigeria. He utilized his God-given talents, knowledge, as well as position and power to drive development of the region where he was premier. History records him. And those of us who are old enough also remember that he was instrumental in forming alliances with other regions, the eastern and western regions, with the primary objective of enhancing national unity. He believed in a Nigeria that is united and indivisible. Above all, Sir Ahmadu Bello kept his promises as a politician and a statesman and remained accountable to God, his creator, and to humanity, whom he devoted his energy and time to serve. He embodied the values of compassion, wisdom, selflessness, and integrity. That brings me into the theme for today's interactive session on assessing electoral promises, fostering government-citizen engagement for national development. This morning, or this afternoon, I'm joined by a very strong team of serving ministers, advisors, and top government functionaries, drawn from several critical sectors of governance to espouse the giant strides taken in restoring the socio-economic fortunes of our country in order to drive growth over the past 2 years of the renewed hope agenda. As lined up in the program, the ministers will take turns to interact with the House by exposing more light on the promises made, promises kept, the role of the citizens and leaders, as well as the realities facing Nigeria today and tomorrow. They will explain the policy thrust of government and the expected outcomes in the short, medium, and long terms. As leader of this delegation, approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, I recognize and salute and welcome all our governors, royal fathers, and other very important dignitaries at this event. By way of a background, this administration assumed office on the 29th of May, 2023, with a strong vision for our country under the renewed hope agenda. Out of 4 years, we have done 2 years and 2 months. So you can see that our stay in office is short, but the achievements are monumental. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had promised Nigerians impartiality in governance. And as you can see from the array of ministers and advisors and top government functionaries that appeared here, his promise of inclusiveness, promise of impartiality is well taken care of. distinguished leaders, I have been around for a long time. And I can assess what each and every head of government has tried to do in this country. And that is why, when the governor of Kaduna State, the governor of Gombe State spoke, they captured my imagination immediately. It is good to give honor to whom honor is due. A leader does something that is commendable. We must, as citizens, commend him so that he can do more. When he makes a mistake, he's not God. He should be gently reminded to take corrective measures. I'm saying this because there has been a lot of misinformation in the air, in the political space. About appointments. But when I ran the statistics, in April, the Southwest was leading, followed closely by the Northwest. Closely by the Northwest. Then the Northeast, North Central, South, and then Southeast. Facts do not tell lies. So when we speak, we should be guided by facts, not sentiments. This country belongs to all of us. Anything that would disturb its stability equilibrium should be avoided. As Professor Bendy said, it does us no good. There are certain issues I'll be taking up with a select few. I wouldn't want to expose them here. While we believe we should do everything to ensure the territorial integrity of our country. Those of us from this part of Nigeria. He had promised Nigerians impartiality in governance and a commitment to remodeling our economy, improving security, accelerating infrastructure, job creation, and revitalizing agriculture. And when we talk of agriculture, mainly we are referring to the north, because we have the land, we also have the skills. And interventions that are taking place in the field of agriculture are enormous. Somebody made a comment here. I don't know whether it's Professor Bendy, but he said what? That when prices of foodstuff went up, there was intervention, which is very true. And that is what led to the reduction of food prices in the country. When the group of 1999 met with the president, they talked about this. But this intervention has also created a little problem. They have surplus, which they may not be able to sell. But remember, in the days of yore, we had marketing boards, and their responsibility was to purchase grains when the prices were down. And at times of scarcity, they will release the grains to the market. This is not new. These have been further distilled into 8 clearly defined priority areas that reflect the commitment of government to driving sustainable growth, ensuring security, and enhancing the quality of life for all Nigerians. I have relatives and friends here in Kaduna who today testify to what the governor has said. They move on this road using their cars without fear of molestation by bandits. This is a huge achievement. We salute our security architecture. The economic reform, this number one, reform the economy for sustained inclusive growth. The economic reform strategies are designed to create a robust, diversified, and resilient economy by fostering an environment conducive to investment and innovation. The administration aims to stimulate growth across all sectors, reduce unemployment, and ensure equitable wealth distribution. Experts amongst us will be speaking to you, particularly in these areas as enunciated by the Renewed Hope agenda. 2, strengthen national security for peace and prosperity. Security is the bedrock of national development. The focus here is on enhancing the capabilities of our security forces, promoting peace and stability, and ensuring that every Nigerian feels safe and protected, no matter where they reside. 3, boost agriculture to achieve food security. The Minister of Agriculture was outside the country, but I believe he's back. He's a worthy and distinguished northerner from Borno. I want to believe, and perhaps rightly too, that before we end this dialogue, he would have been here. Unlock energy, that's 4, and natural resources for sustainable development. Through reforms, the government is unlocking the potential of Nigeria's vast natural resources and energy sector. Through sustainable management, increased investments, and adoption of modern technologies, the goal remains to drive economic growth and ensure environmental sustainability. 5, enhance infrastructure and transportation as enablers of growth. The commitment of the administration to expanding Nigeria's infrastructure and transportation network is strong. By improving connectivity and accessibility, government aims to boost economic activities, create jobs, and enhance the quality of life for our citizens. The governor of Gombe said this North Central and Northeast are left out. It's a temporary thing because I also took it up with him. I said after, when he awarded the contract for Lagos Calabar, one day I got into his office and he showed me a design for Sokoto Badagry. And you know Sokoto Badagry stretch is longer, much longer than Calabar to Lagos to Calabar. It's much longer. And the road from Akwanga through Jos, Gombe, that's your own, Bauchi Gombe, to Yola, will soon be awarded. It's just that there was no Federal Executive Council meeting. This is one of the northerners again. Honorable Minister, welcome. And let them see you. Let them see you. Stand up, let them see you here. Introduce yourself.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State and other governors here, the SGF and other members of the Federal Executive Council and political appointees, our distinguished guest, I'm Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu, Minister of State for Humanitarian Affairs. Along with me is the National Program Manager of Government Enterprises and Empowerment Program, and the National Social Investment Program Agency, and the Executive Secretary of National Commission for Disability, and also the Federal Commissioner for National Commission for Refugee, Migrant, and Internally Displaced Person. Thank you. Under the Federal Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much. You're welcome. So, nobody can accuse government of neglecting the North in terms of infrastructure. We are very much represented. And he said he will go into the one in the middle of the country so that states like Gombe, Plateau, Benue will benefit. But even the one from Lagos to Calabar has passed into the hinterland. In fact, there is one that moves from the hinterland, from the sea. That's the Lagos Calabar, from the sea through Ebonyi, Benue, up to Abuja. Anyway, the Minister of Transportation and the Minister of Works, Minister of State Works are here. 6, focus on education, health, and social investment as essential pillars of development. Investing in human capital is at the core of our priorities. Government remains dedicated to revamping the education and healthcare systems and enhancing social welfare programs to build a healthier, more educated, and empowered populace. Professor Pate is not here, but he is the Minister of Health and Coordinating Minister of Social Welfare. I wish he were here, but if he's in the country, certainly he will be here later today or tomorrow. The Governor of Kaduna touched on some aspect of our investment in the area of education, but I believe the ministers are here to do justice to that. 7, accelerate diversification through industrialization, digitization, creative arts, manufacturing, and innovation. Diversification is crucial for our nation's economic resilience, and government remains focused on promoting industrialization, embracing digital transformation, nurturing the creative arts, boosting manufacturing, and fostering innovation to create a dynamic and diverse economic landscape. I know recently a board was approved for cotton, and cotton used to be an important crop here. And in those days, when you came to Kaduna, could talk of Kaduna Textile, Arewa Textile, Northspin, and so on and so forth. And we look forward to recreating the past under this administration. 8, improve governance for effective service delivery. The cornerstone of every public policy is to enhance governance structures that will ensure efficient and transparent service delivery by strengthening institutions, promoting rule of law, and encouraging civic participation. Objective of government is to foster a governance model that is responsive, accountable, and effective. Recognizing the need to intentionally achieve these development objectives, the President, in his wisdom, has strengthened the mechanism of improving performance management, coordination, and implementation of presidential priorities of the federal government. He appointed a special advisor, who is also a daughter of the North, Isabella Usman, as the head of the Central Delivery Coordinating Unit. Having laid the necessary background, let me now reflect on these priorities. Thematically, within the framework of governance and national renewal, the objective is to demonstrate that renewed hope agenda has not merely been a campaign slogan, but a pragmatic vision built on the pillars of good governance, transparency, accountability, participation, responsiveness, equity, rule of law, and inclusivity. It is important to expand on some of these issues because as at May 29-23, the economy of Nigeria was under severe stress and threats of collapse. From the onset of this administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu adopted bold and foundational reforms to stabilize and grow the Nigerian economy. Amongst the steps, he unified the exchange rate, which, though initially painful, it enhanced transparency in forex management and boosted investor confidence. He took another bold step when he removed fuel subsidy. Fuel subsidy has always been with us like an albatross on someone's neck. What was lacking was the courage by those who came before him to do the needful. And when this was done, a development economist, a Nigerian, president of Afrexim Bank, remarked that that was the best decision taken in the oil and gas industry. The fuel subsidy regime had become big and uncontrollable, like an Indian elephant. It got to a stage, according to Professor Orama, when Nigeria's exports of crude could not guarantee payment for imported petroleum products. And again, at a point, financial institutions refused to extend credit to Nigeria because we had reached allowable limit. That was when Orama again came to support the government. Orama said, it doesn't make good business sense when you sell something to buy another thing, and what you realize from the sale cannot buy what you are importing. So that was the best decision. Tough, but that was the best. Tax and other revenue reforms. I know this generated a lot of debate and comments. But you see, people felt that once you come out with this kind of proposed law, automatically it becomes law. No, it goes through the National Assembly. And all of us are represented. All the regions are represented at the National Assembly. They work for Nigeria. They are also mindful of their immediate constituencies. In line with the renewed hope agenda, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has carried out the reform of our tax system to expand the revenue base by signing into law the new Tax Reform Act. Similarly, the digitization of tax administration has started yielding increased compliance and efficiency. Local government autonomy. Recognizing local governance as the bedrock of democracy, the Tinubu administration has received judicial backing for local government autonomy. Local governments are said to be governments closest to the people, and where they are allowed to function maximally and efficiently, they will no doubt reduce poverty in the land. Regional integration for development. Similar to the philosophy that supported the local government autonomy, the government has established regional development commissions in the 6 geopolitical zones, which aim at driving growth, development, integration, and delivering impact across the nation. Rule of law and administration of justice. Under this administration, judicial reforms are being prioritized through digital court processes, enhanced legal aid services, and increased budgetary support for the judiciary. Executive non-interference in judicial pronouncements has reaffirmed the sanctity of the rule of law, encouraging a more just and equitable society. Nigeria's security architecture is undergoing robust transformation, and this will be handled by appropriate officers. Government continues to invest massively in the acquisition of modern technology and equipment, as well as upscaling of skills of members of the armed forces. To balance the kinetic approach, government is also investing in human capital development and well-being of citizens so as to minimize insecurity. Foreign policy and diplomacy. President Tinubu's Africa-centered foreign policy and active engagement at ECOWAS and the African Union have restored Nigeria's leadership role on the continent. His participation in the G20 and UN General Assembly emphasized Nigeria's openness to global partnerships, diaspora engagement, and trade diplomacy. Last year alone, diaspora remittance to Nigeria was $22 billion. Recently, he attended the BRICS summit, which signifies Nigeria's readiness to be a player in an emerging world order. Infrastructure development. The Renewed Hope infrastructure plan targets roads, rail, housing, and energy. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway, the ongoing rail project, Kano-Maradi, Port Harcourt-Maiduguri, and housing initiatives under the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development demonstrate the scale of our ambition. The power sector reform roadmap is also revamping the national grid with new partnerships and off-grid solutions. Food security and agriculture. The declaration of a state of emergency on food security signaled a clear commitment to self-sufficiency. The Green Imperative Program, fertilizer support, dry season farming initiatives, and anchor borrower programs are revitalizing Nigeria's agro sector nationwide. Recently, the president inaugurated over 2,000 tractors acquired to drive mechanized farming activities nationwide. Anti-corruption fight. With renewed vigor, the EFCC and ICPC have been strengthened and positioned to reduce corruption to the barest minimum. Investigations and prosecutions have increased, while public servants are now subject to tighter fiscal scrutiny. The introduction of performance bonds and digital auditing tools promotes transparency and accountability. Welfare of citizens. The National Social Investment Program has been restructured to focus on impact, efficiency, and reach. Cash transfers, conditional support, and mass housing projects have cushioned the effects of subsidy removal and ensured social inclusivity. Education and youth development. Education is receiving renewed focus through the Student Loan Act, which has been operationalized, offering access to tertiary education funding. About 2 months ago, over 60% of students who accessed the loan were from the northern part of the country. New federal universities and vocational training centers are being licensed and built, while curriculum reforms are aligning learning with national priorities. Under Tinubu's leadership, youth inclusion in government has taken new root. Several young Nigerians now occupy strategic government roles. The administration has also launched the Renew Hope Youth Agenda with a focus on skills, innovation, digital training, and entrepreneurship through the revamped Empower and Digital Youth Nigeria schemes. Impact of petroleum subsidy removal. The removal of fuel subsidy, though painful, has been a necessary reform that save trillions of naira. The palliative measures plan, intervention through state government, MSME support, and public transportation upgrades are mitigating the impacts. The savings are now being redirected into critical infrastructure and human development, while states are receiving increased allocation for local governments. Sports. The National Sports Industry Policy has turned sports into a business and development tool. The National Sports Commission has been reintroduced to enable the sector grow through partnership with the private sector and investors. Investment in sports infrastructure, youth tournaments, and private sector engagements have elevated national pride and created new jobs. Only yesterday, the Super Falcons won a major soccer trophy, which made Nigeria proud. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 short years, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has laid the foundational stones of a new Nigeria through visionary leadership, principle, and reform. Under the renewed hope agenda, Nigeria has experienced the rebirth of our institutions, the recalibration of our economy, and the reawakening of a nation ready to lead Africa. However, let me share a secret with you. The journey has just begun, and there's a bright light at the end of the tunnel. The coming phases of this administration development agenda factor greater citizen participation, citizen engagement, sustained reforms, and a collective resolve to protect and deepen our democracy. Before I take my seat, let me share with you what our leaders did here in Kaduna in 1999, before the Just Convention of the People's Democratic Party. They recognized, and rightly too, that the only way to ensure our unity and territorial integrity of our dear country was to entrench in our minds and practice rotational presidency between the South and the North. I salute their courage, sincerity, and patriotism. Such leaders, some of them are no more. Chief Solomon La, who was the leader, Malam Adamu Chiroma, who was his deputy, Iro Damusa, Abakarimi, Professor Suleiman Kumo, Isaac Shahu, Jerry Ghana, Abdul Razik, and so many. There were 18 of them. They engaged us here in Abuja. Were then elected governors, PDP elected governors, awaiting inauguration. They invited us to Kaduna, and as I said, before the convention in Jos, which was to pick our presidential candidate. They told us that the country was in need of reinvention, that there was volatility in the polity because the South believed, and rightly too, that the North had monopolized power since independence. And they said, if we don't get it this time, everybody should go their separate ways. They added that the annulment of June 12 compounded the whole problem. We argued for over 3 hours. Then, finally, superior reasoning from these people. What is it that they had not seen? We agreed. 4 years in the South, then back to the North. But later it was increased to 8 in the South, 8 in the North. We'll be alternating. It's like turn by turn Nigeria Limited. That way, everybody will feel inclusive. Everybody will feel part of this country. We finished with this item. We're to go on the second one, Then a general, retired, surfaced. We had a break. He met with our leaders. When they came back, they told us that he said he was sent by the generals. Abdul Salami was then head of state. So Abdul Salami, Diwa Danjuma, General Babangida, he himself, I don't want to call his name, but they said they had also briefed General Gawan on power shift. And the agreement was that power shouldn't just shift. It should go to the southwest, he must go to Obasanjo. If not, they will dissolve all the democratic structures, create new patterns, we'll go back to the starting block, create new platforms, and Obasanjo will be given one to use. So self-preservation, we had to surrender. Obasanjo should be the candidate. We agreed to power shift. We agreed to making Obasanjo a candidate. And we went to Jos and did that. And that is what we have been enjoying. Everybody believes that at a particular point is going to be their turn by turn. Every part of this country has good people to run the affairs of this country. And that is why I felt I'll share this with you. I said they recognize, and rightly too, that the only way to ensure unity and territorial integrity of our dear country was to entrench in our minds and practice rotational presidency between the South and the North. I say I salute the courage, sincerity, and patriotism of those leaders. Their wisdom has paid off. This arrangement guarantees stability of the polity. But this conception, the North, the region that is so dear to me, because without the North, I wouldn't have gone to school. When the first school occurred and Hassan Katsina took over, he opened new 13 secondary schools in the North. And one of them was at Otukbo, and that was the college I attended. I paid no kobo from from 1 to 5. That's why I'm always very passionate. When we were fighting against third term, when we knew it was morally wrong, criminally inclined, it was an assault on our Constitution. And above all, the victim would have been you sitting here. That person would have been on seat up till now. He wanted to transform himself into imperial presidency. Promises or a word to me, to this, it didn't bother me. I said, after all, I come from a rural place, a cultural area. I don't do oil, I don't do gas. And in my place, when you have too much money, you don't even win election. Very true. That's why I flowed many rich men. I was governor for 8 years. I was senator for 12 years. Senator Ida is sitting there. I was minister. As minister, chief servant, I was confirmed by the Senate. As senator, I was confirming ministers for 12 years. I've seen it all. I'm SGF. And I'm common SGF. You see, I want to appeal to us all. By this conception, the North, the region that is so dear to me, will be eligible for the presidency in 2031, not 2027. I said this because I love you. We love all of you. Let us not do something that will undermine our territorial integrity, and tomorrow people may be tempted to support others against us. Nigeria will not cease to exist. But we need patience to arrive at our turn. There's something that bothers me. And this is a center of learning, an extension of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Flagstaff University. Now, I'm being advised, and I'm going to keep to that. This center should come out with something as an answer, as a solution to perennial problems between herdsmen and farmers. Let's do something about that. It's a novelty. I was governor of Bendy State for 8 years. We didn't have a problem like that. Why do we kill ourselves? Because of land, because of cows, because of minerals. Is it that we don't believe in sanctity of human life? Then the issue of succession leadership. You place somebody in place, the following day, he becomes your enemy number one. It wasn't like that in the north of those days. Let's go back to the basics. Let us walk this path together with faith in our country, in our president, and renewed hope in our shared future. So, we are all resolved in deepening our democracy and growing our economy. I thank you very much. God bless the North. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The SGF, leader of the federal government delegation, quite long but very impactful. Thank you very much, sir. Let us quickly go to the next speaker for want of time, and he is the person to address us now is the Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, CON, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented by Dr. Aliyu Modibo Umar. Our host, the Governor of Kaduna State, Senator Ubasani, the Chairman, Northern Governors Forum, His Excellency Muhammad Inua Yahya, CON, the Governor of Gombe State. The Secretary of Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. The National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Rabadu. Honorable Ministers and other members of the Federal Executive Council here present. Current and former members of the National Assembly here present. Service chiefs and other heads of security agencies here present. Top government functionaries. The Chairman, Board of Trustees, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, Chief Servant, Maazu Babangida Aliyu, CON. The Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the ACF, Barrister Bashir Al-Hatu, Director General Ahmadu Bello, Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, Engineer Abubakar Gambo Umar. The Royal Fathers here present, members of the Kaduna State House of Assembly here present, members of the Kaduna State Executive Council here present, religious leaders here present, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I commend the leadership of the Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation for putting this two-day interactive session together. And also appreciate the Foundation's effort in deepening governance. Your work in education, healthcare, and agriculture has not gone unnoticed. In fact, engaging with the foundation has helped shape some government policies, such as the creation of the livestock ministry. Now, the president wanted to be here in person, but was advised to allow it to be a purely northern affair. So the president is in Abuja, glued to his TV, watching this program live. He's postponed the Federal Executive Council session and also canceled all engagements today. Now, I urge members of the federal delegation to be on top of their game, as Hadiza is here to monitor as well, and the president is watching live. On this note, I wish us happy deliberations. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, it is about time we get down to the nitty-gritty of today's occasion. We're going down to the plenary, where we're going to feature robust discussion and, of course, exchange of ideas between government representative and, of course, critical stakeholders. May I so invite the Managing Director, CEO of Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, an engineer, certified and qualified, Gambo, as he step up to take this charge of this event. Engineer, if you're so ready, MD, please. Thank you. Let's celebrate him, please.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, represented, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into the second most important phase of the gathering here. Because we are grossly behind time, we are going straight into the program. We are taking the aspect of security and we will exhaust it. Afterwards, we will close for today. Tomorrow, we will begin with economy and the three others. So, well, I've just been informed that the representative of the Vice President. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So, okay, now the host governor and also the chairman of Northern Governors Forum, they have instructed that everyone on this place should vacate because we are going to put panel chairs right away. So whoever is on this platform should please vacate completely, including the pressmen. Please, completely, including the security men and women and press. The entire platform should be empty. They will bring in chairs. Please, let us make haste. Completely, pressmen, please, find somewhere to stay. Not on this podium. After all, you will be facing the panel. Please. The panel is going to be on session and you should be viewing the panel actually. Please, or you shift back. You can shift back. Please, can you clear this way? Please clear this place. We want this place empty, please, so that they can look at what is happening. Please. Da Allah duk a clearing wurin nan. Garan koma Hausa. Yes. So, to ni na wannan aikin zan bari ne. A neme su kawai. Yes. Please, Naziru, bring in the chairs. Meanwhile, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you check through your folders, we distributed this, what we call ground rules for participation. And there are 9 rules there, which we respectfully beg that those rules should be obeyed. We acknowledge that whoever is in this place is preeminently qualified to be a gentleman. However, these rules will not apply to any person, unless he behaves otherwise. So failure to adhere to these rules may result in the participant being asked to leave. Everyone should check his folder. The rule is there. If the chairs are ready, before the chairs are ready, the first rule is, while the session is going on, please, there should be no noise or side discussions. 2, if you do not agree with the contribution being made, still there should be no booing or jeering, no interjecting or interrupting of speakers, and we should maintain decorum. There should be no loitering. And we should respect moderators and presenters, while at the same time our contribution should be constructive. No, we want 15. 15. 15. We want 15. Yes, sir, 15. 15. 15, sir. There are 10 members of the federal government delegation on national security and 5 members of the panel. So 15, please. A shot. How many do we have now? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Shaibu, yaro wancan. Straightening. Okay. Let me begin by calling out the members of the panel from the citizen side. Number 1, I want to invite Malam Muhammad Munir Jafaru, OFR MNI, Madakin Zazzau, who is serving as the chairman of the panel. Okay, Bismillah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many more? 4 more? Okay. I think that I 4 more, so I don't want to quote. Yes. May I also invite Senator Ibrahim Ida, PhD, CON, Wazirin Katsina, who will serve as the co-chairman of the panel. You are far away, sir. I don't know how you are going to come out. Okay, yes. Of course. Yes, you can. Of course, we know that the vice president is currently in Ethiopia. That's why he's not here. The next panelist is Professor Ummu Ahmed Jalingo from Bayero University, Kano, former president of the Nigeria Economic Society. Professor Ummu, please. We also have Professor Adamu Ahmed, the current Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University. Professor Adamu Ahmed. Professor Ummu, Professor Adamu Ahmed. Next is Chief Ezekiel Gomos. Chief Ezekiel Gomos, the former SSG Plateau State and currently the proprietor of Jos Business School. This way, sir. This way. May I also quickly introduce and invite the panel participants on the federal government side. Number one, we have the National Security Advisor, Malanu Ribadu. Yes, sir. Yes, come in, sir. I don't know whether... Yes, so you sit here. It goes like this. No. Next is the Honorable Minister of Defense, Alhaji Badaru Abubakar. Next is the Honorable Minister of State for Defense. Next is the Honorable Minister of Police Affairs. Honorable Minister of Police Affairs. We have also the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Is he around? Okay, they are coming. And then the Chief of Defense Staff. Yes, sir. And then the Chief of Air Staff. Comptroller General of Nigerian Immigration Service. Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Is there any other individual deemed useful by the panel? The Chairman, CEO of NDLEA. That's okay? That's all, go? All right. So, there are no further speeches. We are going straight. Yes. Okay, there are no further. Okay, there. We are going straight to the presentations. Yes, by the, who is leading the, okay, fine. So, sir, yes.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, to save time, please permit me to skip protocols. We've been here for too long, and we are almost exhausted and tired. We'll try to make a summary of our own. So, but first of all, thank you very much. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for the invitation. And also those who have who made presentations or spoke before, you have done most of the work for us. A solid foundation has been laid. So we are going to just have a bit of summary, and it's going to be interaction. We have the presentation, so I intend to go with what you are going to be watching. You know, I'm here leading a team, and you have seen them. This is those who are in charge of your security in our country. Those are people you have seen here who are working for President Bola Ahmad Tinubu. They are here to submit themselves. You can interrogate us. We will share with you what we've been doing. We've been quiet, deliberate, part of strategy to address a problem that has been on with us for too long. Some of these challenges have been with us for 20 years. Boko Haram, banditry, Niger Delta, even IPOP. So it's a deliberate policy to keep quiet and work I'm not very good with Hausa, but maybe what I'm going to say may probably not the right thing. I've heard our late president say, Jiki Magayiko. I want to make it to look that people will feel the safety in them. The people, those who are living in the rural areas, those who hitherto could not move freely in our country, those who are under attack will feel it themselves. And indeed, we have worked. We have worked in the last 2 years. I was here with President Bola Ahmad Tinubu 2 years ago in this hall, and he gave his own promises. He gave a commitment, and he said he will do this work. He assembled us as a team, and he gave us directives. This thing has to be addressed. Enough is enough. Decades of suffering must stop. And I'm going to talk, the Chief of Defense Staff will also follow, and also open for all to be able to respond in case you do have questions. So first of all, I'm going to look at the overview of Nigeria's security challenges. That is before May 29. It's good when it comes to security. You always look back and see what was it, what it was, how you are living, and what is it for you today. It's a comparative thing. Security is about how you felt before and how you are feeling today. So I do intend to share with you a couple of things that were happening. I mean, things that people were meant to be living with, so that you will appreciate what happened after. The security situation before May 29, 2023 was there, with high-profile attacks, widespread displacement, and mass casualties experienced across the country, not just the north, the entire country. And I will agree with Professor Bendy, if there is no Nigeria, certainly there will be no north. Nigeria has to be secured first. And that's why we took our time to address problems, not necessarily just in the north, but other areas. For example, the Niger Delta. We fixed the Niger Delta. Today, crude oil production is over 1.8 million barrels a day, from 1 million at the time when we took over. Because that is why we are getting the resources and the money to run our country. Today, those who wanted to dismember Nigeria, the IPOB, the ESN, who insisted that Nigeria must break, we stopped them. We did. Just to agree with Professor Bendy, you must have a country first. And we have done a lot of work in the north, and I will come to share with you. At the time when we took over, few things, but extremely, very worrying, disturbing, was ongoing. 4 intractable security challenges impacted our country. They are Boko Haram. Boko Haram is close to over 20 years now. And not long ago, even Lakura, because of the collapse of the Sahel countries. All of them are gone. It's only Nigeria as a Sahel country that is standing, but we feel it. Banditry, especially in the north, and kidnappings. Northern Nigeria, northwest, north central, and indeed across. Separatists, I have told you about them, the IPOBs and so on. The Niger Delta and communal clashes across the country, both in and out. What the SGF said about harder farmer clashes. 3 of these categories of challenges, Islamist insurgency, I've told you about the Sahel, banditry and communal conflicts, which includes farmers and herders clashes, were predominant, particularly in northern Nigeria. So, I will share with you a bit of what was happening before June 1st, 2023. Simple things like the train attack. Just some few months before this government came in, bandits, they were in control of the North Central, Abuja. They will attack at any time. They attack Kuje prison. They attack our churches. They kill gas brigade soldiers who are guarding the seat of power in Abuja just before this government came in. And all over, continuous. Not only that, of course, they will go into villages, Jengebe and so many of them, I hope you will be able to see them, attack and kill sometimes 200, 300 people in the village. It was the normal thing. I remember when we were doing campaign with the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we would go to a state, we will not be able to address the people because of a day before, 200, 300 people were murdered or killed by bandits and kidnappers. Terrorists were in charge. The Sadiku group, the Mahmudas, the Ansarus, the Iswaps. They were. That was the reality. Kaduna, and I'm going to give examples because it makes sense for you to interact. This is the first time your own security, those who are in charge, the servants, today's servants, Your Excellency, we are today the servants, the work we are doing. I will give you an example with Kaduna. Kaduna State alone, Kaduna in 2021 and a bit longer, government data reported that 1,192 people were killed, 3,348 kidnapped. In this Kaduna, that some people are making noise that things are not working. Yes. In Benue and Plateau states, before May 2023, violent Hadak farmer and communal conflicts caused thousands of deaths. Over 5,000 in Benue alone, according to their own official figures, the state government. Hundreds in Plateau, resulting in massive displacements and widespread destructions. In Zamfara State, over 200 people were killed between 4 and 6 of 2022. Yes, just 2 days. In a massacre that occurred in the village of Anka and Bukuyu. The attacks were orchestrated by the late Halilu Sububu, and we killed him. Yes, we got him. He and Damina, Nagala, and a couple of them, they are no more with us. And I'm going to give you, this is a map you could see of security crisis prior to May 29, 2023. This is just in Kaduna alone. Why you see there are bandits in charge of territories. We know them. We walked, we identified them, we followed them, and we know everyone, wherever you are. It's a matter of time. Many of them, as you can see, are gone today. And I'm going to give you the names, the list of those who are gone. Yes, let me skip this because a lot have been said about it. But of course, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave us directives. He said, the first day, the day he gave us that appointment, he called us. General Musa, you are there. Chief of Air Staff, you are there. The instructions he gave us that enough is enough. And I want you to work one. Whatever it takes, I want a teamwork. And sure we did it. Today we are all one. We work as one. The entire security architecture of our country, not only within the federal government, we have extended it also to the states. We work with governors, and we are grateful to the governors, exceptionally good quality governors. Governor of Kaduna is here. We are grateful. The cooperation that you gave us, the work we did, is the result that today Kaduna State is almost close to 80% free. The same thing, even right now we are ongoing with operations in Kwara. And many other governors. So the connection, you know, in security, when you work in silos, forget it. And we are very grateful to the leadership of the Nigerian Armed Forces that gave cooperation, allowed all of us to be one. If you see a policeman today and you see a soldier, you will see a DSS, you will see civil defense. They are all working as one, and they are in the bushes working as one. Thank you very much for what you have done for our country. Of course, General Musa will come and give you a little bit of extra how the operations are taking place. To save time, I'm just going to go through so that only the important points I'm going to be talking about. Let's go. The next. Let's talk about where we are today. Yes. Armed banditry. I've told you a bit about the rest of the country. We are here in the north. We are northerners. We are here before you. We will give you what we have done in the north. Yes. Through coordinated efforts, strategic operations, and unwavering resolve, significant strides were made against the scourge of banditry. Communities, once gripped by fear, are beginning to reclaim stability, and the momentum is undeniable. While challenges remain, and we are prepared to accept it, we are just 2 years. A problem of 2 decades. Now is 2 years. We know that it's work in progress. We will never relent. The progress achieved stands as a powerful testament to what focused action and collective will can accomplish. And we worked intelligence-driven. The intelligence community, the military intelligence, the police intelligence, DSS, NIA, take the lead. Identify things. Get the operational part. The Army, the Air Force, the Navy, the police, all others, move in. That's how it works. A completely new approach. And you can see, as a result of the work, this is just a very conservative estimate. And it's ongoing continuously. About 11,250 hostages were freed as at May 2025. As at July this month, the number has now risen to 12,100 and counting every single day. And you can see the pictures every day of people who are being freed and more or less rehabilitated and given new lease of life. And I'm going to refer to what last week we were here before Governor Kaduna invited us to come and witness an incredibly important step, ability for you to clear and then wipe out the tears of those who suffered injustice and fairness. Support them for them to get back to life. He built houses, transport, and so on, and we handed them over to victims of this extreme terrorism. You are going to be looking at all those pictures continuously of rescue individuals and continue. Just let's please go forward. Now we are coming to very important point. Yes. Bandits that have gone decisively. We put pictures to them. They have names. These are people who are in charge of territories. Those who inflicted terrible, terrible pain on our people. Murderers. You have seen them. Kachalla, Gurugu, Ankasina. There are many. Sununu, they are here. All these pictures you are seeing, they are gone. They are no more with us. They are the murderers. They are people who cause trouble for us. See the pictures of them. Look at them. None of them today is alive. And a clear warning to those who are still there. Your time is up. If you do not stop, you are going to end up like these people. Just see the pictures. Continue to show them, please. Go back, you see the pictures again. There are many, about so many. There are many. You can see their names, and we intend to even give. This is the first time we are talking to you, an engagement with the people to report what you have been doing. People didn't know what was going on. And we are your soldiers. We are your security people. We are the ones. And in the course of it, we lost a lot. Every single day you see us, we go for burial of our own dear ones. The most painful thing you can go through is to bury somebody who sacrificed his life for you. And this is the result, I'm telling you. Go to the, okay. This is, of course, map of armed bandits in Zamfara and Kaduna states alone, January to December. You could see the names, you will see the territories, you see those who are in charge, and many of them today are no more. There are still some that are remaining, but I can assure you it's a matter of time. Go to the next slide, please. You will see the next one, of course. This is, okay, these are the names of those who are neutralized. Evidence-based, facts, not to come and talk Dogon Turanchi. Those are the names. Nasir Welgaza in the village where he was, what he was doing. Kachala Bello, Kandare, all of them one by one. Kachala Alidei, Kachala Idi, Kachala Kabiru, one after the other. We give you details. And those people who live in this community, in communities will be able to testify and relate to what we are talking about. People could say anything, but these are facts. Over 300 of these people are gone today, less than 2 years. Before we came, no, I challenge anyone to come and give us figures. Let them come and give us. The lists are endless. Bandits neutralized between February and May this year alone. See the names. Babandula, Husseini, Haba, Bello, Aminu, many of them. They are there. You see the names. Please take note of it, media. Go and check. Go and check. You will not see them. And then tell the rest what is going to happen to them. You know, facts speaks for itself. It's not talk. I told you it was partly the reason why we were not talking is to achieve these results. And we have done it. It's not yet over, but it's a matter of time. It will go. But not only that, other areas are also being employed. And we are still giving room for those who are ready to lay their arms, repent, and come back to our lives. We are prepared to receive them. And that's why, for example, I salute once again Governor Ubasani. It was very innovative, the Kaduna model. It saved us our bullets. It saved the lives of our own people. It opened the spaces. It brought sanity. Today, Beningwari is better. Southern Kaduna is better. Most of the places within. In Kaduna, you still have 1 or 2, 3 places. It's not yet over. And I've told you earlier, it's not an issue that you can instantly switch off. It's a process. And then, of course, go to the next. I think here, the reason why I brought out this specific to tell you, you drive from Abuja to Kaduna free at night now because we killed these bastards. Those ones you see there. Kachala Boka, Dogo Isa, Kachala Shekau. They were in control of those areas. We killed them, we feared them. Not to talk of the terrorists, those who attack our trade. And it's not that they attempted while we were here in the office 2, 3 times, and we repelled them, but we don't talk. God bless you, Air Force. I thought I could share with you because even last night we drove at night from Abuja. It's a statement that we wanted to make. All the ministers, everybody, we stop everyone from flying. No more flying. And when we go to, next time we are going to Isa or Shinkahi, we are going to drive. And you can still drive those areas. But you know, politics will not allow people to give us credit. It's okay, fine. It's fine. We are good with that. But Nigerians will feel it. Northerners will feel it. Things are changing. Things are changing. Wallahi to lie. Go to the next. These are weapons. Thousands and thousands. Just one picture that we've shown you. How we destroy those weapons. We are collecting them every single day. destroying them, taking them out, taking the oxygen out of. And there are many, many. Just look at it quickly. I don't have to waste time too much. Go to the next. These are the gun runners. There are many. As you see them, you see their names. They are no more with us. They are eliminated in battles, fighting, bam, bam, somebody will die. They are all dead. Go to the next, please. You will see continuous. Come back, please. Have you seen Bello Yusuf? Dogondawa? Amos Silahu? Just few. I decided to come and share with you. You see it yourself. The next, of course, key achievements. There are those who are going through investigation and prosecution. But more importantly, we get intelligence. Continuously, there are many in custody and are also being investigated. I thought also it is a good piece for you to know. And I just said one because I thought I could share with you a snapshot of our weekly activities, just one. And this is from the Army, just Nigerian Army alone. Not to talk of what police is reporting, civil defense, Navy, Air Force, just police. Nigerian Army alone eliminated 46 terrorists within 1 week. Arrested over 50 of them within 1 week. Rescued 14 victims in northern Nigeria. Recovered 61 different calibers of weapons. 1,616 rounds of assorted ammunition. Just one army. If I bring you the one for police, Air Force, Navy, it probably will 10 times this number. It's good for you to know. Your soldiers, your security people are working. Next, of course, roads now passable. All of these roads. And Nigerians, I'm talking to Nigerians. I'm talking to northerners. There are people who follow these roads. Mazanya, Yangaya, Zandam, Kandawa, those areas you dare not move before May 2023. Yau Mallamawa, Tubali, Gidan Makera, Sabongari, Kabasa, Madada, all these things are areas that today, if you like, you can drive. My younger brother drove from Safe yesterday, and he came to Abuja to my house, and he said it was okay. He followed through to Dan Sadao and picked somebody, and they came to Abuja at night. And the same thing, the whole of Kaduna, who are here, many people are here, who are here in Kaduna. Is there any part of Kaduna that you cannot drive and go now? Could you have done that 2 years ago? Thank you. So this is just to share with you in a brief way, because time is not with us anymore, to give you evidence of the work that was done. And I'm here, I've given you, this is the pictures of those who are in the forefront. President Tinubu told us to come and present ourselves before you, and they are here. And to also once again give you the assurance that Nigeria is in good hands. That we will work, that we will restore order, we will bring stability to our country. We will give our people their lives back. We are doing that, and he said I should come. All of us, soldiers, please come stand before me. Let's give that commitment. Come. Come. We stand before you to give you this commitment that we assure you Nigeria is in good hands and we will restore order. It's a commitment. But at the same time, we ask for your patience. We ask for your support. We need your support. We need your support. We need to do it together as one. But take it from us that we will deliver this assignment. Thank you very much, and God bless you. I'm going to hand over now to General Musa. He is going to take us through some of the operational parts of the work that we have been doing. May God bless you, bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and bless our beloved North. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. His Excellency the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Chairman, Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Governor of Kwara State, Abdurrahman Abdrazak. Our hosts, our amiable Governor, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, other Executive Governors here present. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocols because I've not been here for so long. I stand here as a son of the North, proudly happy and excited to be here this afternoon. It is indeed a great privilege for me to stand before you, before this wonderful house, at this time, at this day. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege, and we will never take it for granted. It can only be God that we are from where we were for where we are today. And we remain ever grateful to God Almighty. And for our president for also considering us worthy for this appointment. And we hold it in trust, committing ourselves that we will never let the North down. We will never let Nigeria down. We will not let ourselves down. Whatever it takes for us to succeed, we are ready, we are committed, and we will do it, and we'll continue to do it. We will stay awake 24/7 to ensure that the North is free, Nigeria is secured, and any enemy of the state, we will go after him and will continue to do that until there is total peace and tranquility in our dear country, Nigeria. I thank everyone for the support we are getting. We couldn't have achieved this without the support of every Nigerian. I want to say this clearly, that we are all victims. We are all victims because Nigeria, the world is a global village. Whatever is affecting our neighbors has direct effect on what goes on here. So we are not isolated. But what it means is that we must unite together as broom to fight the enemy of the state. Anyone who is contributing one way or the other to the downfall of our dear country is the enemy of the state, and we must face him clearly and squarely, and we will defeat him. It is a distinct honor and privilege to participate in this two-day interactive session on government-citizen engagement organized by the Sir Ahmadu Bello Memorial Foundation, a credible custodian of visionary leadership and governance dialogue in northern Nigeria. This gathering is particularly significant as it benchmarks the dividends of the current administration in the area of security with regard to northern Nigeria. Halfway through the current administration, this forum is an opportunity to evaluate our national security progress. As the Chief of Defense Staff, I will, together with my other teammates, highlight the gains in respect of national security. The National Security Advisor has already done justice to that, so I'll just gloss through it quickly. Now, what are the gains? Since the assumption in 2023, the Armed Forces of Nigeria and other security agencies, based on presidential directive, through a strategy of jointness, because for the first time we wanted to ensure that we work together as a team, respecting each other, knowing that whatever it is we're doing, we are all Nigerians, and this country is our own, and we must protect it. Integrated command in line with clearly defined leadership concept that is hinged on professionalism, jointness, people-centrism, and collective actions. We understand that as security agencies, wherever we are protecting, if the people are not happy with what we are doing, then we are not succeeding. And so whatever we want to do, we have told our commanders, they must ensure they carry the people within the communities. They must protect them. It is not to harm anybody. We are only after the bad guys. And bad guys means those perpetrating those acts and those supporting them. Because like the Hausa proverb said, Abokim barao baraoni. And in our own context, if we're coming after a criminal and we find out that you are part of him, you are the one supplying him fuel, supplying him food, supplying him whatever thing that keeps him going, you are also a bandit, you are also a terrorist. So our prayer is nobody should allow himself to be used in whatever form. It is very, very important and it's very clear. And that is the only way we can take them out, because the terrorists and the bandits live within us. If we continue to provide this support to them, they will continue to thrive. If we deny them, they will fizzle out or they will die because they can't survive without us. So I think it's very clear for us to have that understanding. We have done a lot of establishments of the Defense Department training, establishment of the Joint Doctrine Command, all Special Forces Command. Now, the critical aspect we have realized in asymmetric warfare, because you are dealing with the communities and because the terrorists also thrive within the communities, security is not only about combat also, but about relationships. Under our leadership, community sports competitions have been launched. Radicalization in northern Nigeria, we want to make sure that our youth especially are fully engaged throughout. While growing up in Sokoto, we had opportunities, we had secondary school sport, primary school sport, university games. All through the years we were engaged. And so you don't have time to do any acts of criminality. But nowadays you find that it is important because of social media. You as a parent, you are struggling so hard to teach your children, but you don't know they are communicating with somebody 10,000 kilometers away, and you don't know what they are telling them. It is important that we engage this youth so that we don't give them time. We have farms. We must engage them and make them productive. And I think those are things we have to go. Engagement with state governments and traditional rulers to bridge governance gaps and promote peace have also been continued. Furthermore, interaction with media and the public on security issues have increased public awareness and reduced the security challenges through a whole of society approach. Everyone has a role to play in this drive in making peace in the north and making peace in Nigeria. Nobody should be neglected. And nobody should think he doesn't have anything to contribute. Whatever you see that is wrong, report, even of our own personnel, so that action could be taken. And that's the only way we can move forward. This engagement included lecture on assessing of securities in northern Nigeria. We have gone around to ABU's area, to a wide audience of northern scholars and allies, as well as hosting the Nigerian Forces Games in 2024, which are held in Kaduna. We will continue to do this to continue these interactions. These interactions have helped to create situations where communities understand what the armed forces are doing, and now everybody knows that you must take the ownership of the armed forces because you are the one paying the taxes. It's from our taxes that we're being paid. So we're answerable to you wherever we are. Now, how did we do this? We created a unified command in the Northwest and extension of forward operating capacities in the North. Under our watch, the destruction of Operation Hadarin Daji and Wild Punch into Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fansanyama in the Northwest. This unified theater approach ensures more coherent, fast-reacting, and synergized efforts across the affected states. We have also established multiple forward operating bases and new sectors in high-risk zones. In this regard, we established 2 Defense Special Forces brigades in Kaduna and Niger State, alongside 2 National Mission Force brigades trained for high readiness employment. We are doing everything possible to ensure that we position our men properly so that they can react. With the land size of over 923,000 square kilometers, Nigeria is massive. With our population, with our strengths, we cannot be everywhere, but we have Nigerians all over. And that's why it's important for every Nigerian to also be part of the security architecture. Whatever you see that is wrong, please don't hesitate to report so that actions can be taken. It is very, very important. We are also extended Operation Hadinkai to an additional sector over the Mubi axis because hunger area, the areas are coming up. Emphasis on the Nigerian-Cameroon border, Operation Fansanyama to have an additional sector 3 to cover parts of Kwara State. We are doing that to ensure that wherever we see any threats coming in, we try to address it as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the Special Operations Command of the Navy was established with headquarters in Makurdi, Benue State, as well as other naval forward operating bases. Our Air Force has continued to dominate the airspace, and I can tell you fully that our Air Force is doing remarkably well. And we want to continue to encourage them with our support. Now, in the Air Force, what we realize most times is we allow the bandits and the terrorists to also mingle within us. We have seen situations where people carry food to them, carry even soft drinks, carry so many things to go and give them because you think you are making profit, forgetting the fact that they are killing innocents, and you too, you are part of it. And that's why we need to sensitize the locals to understand that in no way should they ever give support to any bandit, to any terrorist. They must not support them because if we don't support them, they cannot thrive, they will not survive. I guarantee you that. Now, in the issue of equipment modernization, because what we realize is, even with our monies, you cannot go off the shelf and buy an APC. You cannot go and get an aircraft. You have to go and order for it. Sometimes they tell you you have to wait 3 years before you get them. The president has signed a bill, DACOM bill last year, that enables us now to partner with original equipment manufacturers to produce some of these equipments in Nigeria. And we have encouraged local companies, and we're also opening it to business people, entrepreneurs. Please let us also go into it. It is not only buying and selling. We should go into productive sectors. We have some companies, even here in Kaduna, that are producing APCs, producing MRAPs. We must encourage them to produce what we need. It is the only way we can do forward. And when we do that, we become suppliers. We have employment for our youths. We have foreign exchange that is going to be saved, and then we can sell also to our own neighbors. So it's a win-win thing. And I think I want to encourage us to continue to do that. Now, for the Air Force, the President has approved the procurement of several equipment. We have Agusta 109 tracker helicopters, T-129 attack helicopters, Beechcraft aircraft. So many drones have been procured. So many things have been brought just to make sure that we address the security situation that's happening on ground. Our operations have also resulted in the recovery of over thousands of assorted arms, over 72,000 rounds of ammunition, all over. Now, what we realize is because our borders are porous, we have a challenge. And that's why I want to call on border communities that they must rise up to the responsibility. Looking the other way and allowing people just walk into Nigeria is doing us most harm. The belt, the Sahelian belt, is open with no control, no command and control, no leadership. So there's movement of light arms and small weapons. The Sahel we know, especially with Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso, and Mali. The challenges they are facing, gentlemen, if we allow those challenges to overwhelm them, the target is Nigeria. And we must have that clearly. So for the border communities, they must understand that we must not give those guys a place to stay. One mistake we always do, because of our very, very large hearts, we tend to say anybody coming from outside is our friend, is our colleague. No. Because to us, they are friends. To them, we're enemies. And that's where I think we need to really reorientate ourselves on how we treat our neighbors. Let us look at them. Anybody coming in, let us know what is he coming in with? What is his intention? Or else it's going to eat us up. And I think that is very, very important that we need to go. With our neighbors, we're doing everything possible to work. Militarily, we're working together with Niger, with Mali, with Burkina Faso. The threats are coming in closer. The last attack that happened in Benin Republic happened just 50 kilometers to Nigerian border. And that is dangerous because once we allow that area to fall, next is they are moving southward. So we don't want that to happen. But the only way we can stop is all of us working together, supporting each other, and making it impossible for them to try. In recent years, the Armed Forces of Nigeria has successfully returned a significant number of original displaced communities in homes and livelihoods, because we feel the only way we can show that we're succeeding is when citizens can go back to their respective communities and live as citizens within their communities. So we're working towards this all one. Within the Cameroon border, because of the fight with the Ambazonian, a lot of weapons are coming in through there. So efforts are working with the DSS, with the police, and everybody to ensure that we stop that. We have made several arrests. We have arrested several people that you will never imagine that will be part of it are doing it because they think they're making money. And those kind of monies will not take you anywhere because we know one day you will die, and then God, you will go there and explain why you took part in such things. I visited Niger Republic last year just to show that we don't have anything against our neighbors. We don't have nothing. All that rumor about Nigeria fighting Niger is not true. Right from the beginning, we knew it was not going to be possible. All we wanted was for them to restore back democracy. That was all. And so it is very important for us to continue to work together because we share 1,500 kilometers with Niger Republic. When I was the theater commander in the Northeast, the Nigerian troops were my best allies. So there was no way we could fight each other. And as I speak, we're working together with them, working with the Cameroonians, with the Benin Republic, with Chad, and all together because as Africans, we are the ones to bring a solution to our own problems, not anybody else. Because nobody will love us more than ourselves. And we must unite together to work to do that. And to do that again, we are also planning on conducting for the first time, a maiden edition of African Chiefs of Defense Conference to be held here in Nigeria sometime in August. That is being worked out because we believe it is only when we discuss truthfully within ourselves that we'll find solutions to our own issues. Allowing other people to sponsor all these conferences with us, they will tell you what they want you to do. But together, if we continue to work, we will do that. My last call is my appeal. As Nigerians, first, we must love ourselves. We must love our country. Like one of the speakers mentioned here, Sometimes you feel so bad when you hear somebody talking ill about his country, talking ill about your leaders. They are there to serve you. If they are not doing it rightly, call them to order and tell them what you want them to do. But we must engage each other. We must continue. And for the North End particularly, unity of purpose is very important. Our governor here in Kaduna State has shown that once there is that unity and fair play in everything, you will see peace will transform. And that's what we preach everywhere. We must come together as Nigerians. God has a purpose for putting us here together. He did not put us here to destroy ourselves. He put us here to work together and to understand ourselves better. And I'm sure working together hand in hand, we will succeed. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, General Musa. Can I invite General Marwa? Maybe you have one or two things to talk about drugs. We've been facing the problem in the north. Not long ago, we destroyed over 600 containers of drugs. Majority of it was coming to the north. And I think it's important that we give you a chance to 1 or 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Is there anyone in this hall who has absolutely no experience with drugs, either himself or a member of his family or a neighbor or a community or back in his hometown? None. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to count 3 critical challenges facing this country today, however you look at it, drug use must be part of it. Millions of our youth, our families, communities are suffering from drug scourge. There are over 14 million Nigerians today that are tackling the problem of drug use. This is UN drug survey. It's not a figure that I've just made up. But to your surprise, the state with the zone with the greatest prevalence of drug use is which zone? Is the southwest geopolitical zone with 24.4% of drug prevalence. The next zone is the south-south with 18% drug prevalence. The third zone is the southeast with 13.8% drug prevalence. The fourth zone is the northeast with 13.4% drug prevalence. The fifth zone is the northwest geopolitical zone with 12% drug use prevalence. And the north central is the last with 10%. Now, that does not mean 12% is good. 12% is still too high. In the northwest, we have over 3 million in absolute numbers, led by Kaduna with over 1 million. Now, not only, as we know, does the drug use prevalence harm our youth and families and communities, it also exacerbates what? Criminalities. The Boko Haram, the terrorists, the bandits, the kidnappers, they do not engage on those activities unless they're under the influence of what? Drugs. And the question that we want to ask is, how far has President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda supported the fight against drug abuse and trafficking? And I will answer the question myself. It has done a lot, ladies and gentlemen. The fight against drug abuse
is a fight for the soul of our children, the fight for the soul of our families. Most parents these days abandon the children. They are even afraid of their children. Parents have come to me, very highly placed in society, and they say they won't go to bed at night until the children come back from where they went, and they make sure that the children have entered their rooms and locked the door, because the children now kill their parents. I flew for an engagement just 2 weeks ago to Lagos on advocacy. When I boarded the flight, a lady and her son were seated. Her son was on my seat, and she was uncomfortable. She wanted to stand him up. I said, no, leave your child. Where is his seat? Let me take the seat. When I went to that child's seat, my partner, he raised his hand up and said, thank God, NDLA chairman, I've been praying, how will I see you? The whole flight, he was telling me the story of his child, who was now in the 8th rehabilitation session. 8 times he has gone on rehabilitation. Now, since the assumption of office in May 29th, 2023, President Tinubu has shown great interest in the work of the NDLEA and has supported with the wherewithal that has enhanced our intelligence-led capabilities and operations. I'm sure many of you here are surprised when they see how we make seizures on some of the concealments. How did we get to know that there are drugs in this compartment or in this machine or in this place? Intelligence tools supported by the help of the president. As we know, we have modern technological equipment, operational vehicles, sophisticated arms. We met and complained to the president that we have encounters with the cartels in the deep forests who sometimes bring sophisticated weaponry, and he approved for us to acquire weapons that are even better. Now, one of the most important things we have enjoyed from this administration is the increment in the size of the agency. Now the NDLEA is over 15,000. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. We're in the airports, in the seaports. We have a marine command now. So we are at sea and within the highways. In terms of specifics, let me give an example. Between January 2024, that's just last year, and June this year, we have seized over 14.4 million bottles of codeine. 14.4 million bottles of codeine. We've also seized 1.03 billion, with a B, pills of opioids, mostly tramadol, just within these 1.5 years. Now let me explain this in Naira and Kobo. A pill, 1 tablet of tramadol is about 1,000 Naira. That means if the 1 billion pills was to be sold, that will fetch what? 1 trillion Naira. Imagine what that will do to the insurgents or to the terrorists, either through trafficking, as they have this type of money in their hands. What type of weapons will they buy, and what type of offensive action will they take against us? Or, on the other hand, imagine this 1 trillion pills was in circulation in Nigeria. That means every citizen will have at least 5 tramadol pills. But through the grace of God, we've been able to make these seizures. In all, since the president resumed office in May 2023, we've made the following seizures: 5,555 tons. That is equivalent to 200 trailers. Imagine 200 trailers of illicit substances. We have arrested over 40,000 drug traffickers. We have convicted 8,682 and rehabilitated over 24,000. We've also gone on lecture series, that is to say, advocacy. We've gone to motor parks, schools, markets, churches, mosques, communities, over 8,000 of these, all geared towards raising awareness about the dangers of drug use with the aim of preventing people from using drugs. All this could not have been possible without the support of Mr. President. And in the area of counseling and treatment, the President has approved 7 more rehabilitation centers for us this budget year. We have 30, with the 7 more, that will be 37. Every state will therefore have a rehabilitation center, thanks to the President. And for the first time, the President has approved model rehabilitation centers, 1 per geopolitical zone. And this year, at least, we hope to be able to start this work. Now, the long and short of it is that the renewed hope agenda, as far as we are concerned, is fully on track throughout the world. And this to conclude, we know that one of the main causes of drug use is what? Poverty and hunger. And the President is fully seized of this. This is one of the things that we are seeing in his efforts towards creating jobs for Nigerians. Idleness of our youths. Your parents don't have money to send you to school, so what do? You stay idle and go to drugs. And so you have a loan scheme from the President that is helping. Farming. The efforts in increased farming activities to create jobs for our youth that will help against the proliferation of drug use. So there's a lot of steps that are ongoing. I would like to take the opportunity to commend the governors that are sitting here today. Kwara State, he leads in drug tests. We have said that tertiary institutions, we want our students to be tested for drugs. And he is leading in that respect. Kaduna State, they have a drug control agency in addition to the drug control committee. We commend this to other states' governors also. And in Gombe, we have Her Excellency, with your support, gave us a rehabilitation center. We are very grateful to this. So, ladies and gentlemen, wrapping up, family, please don't wait for President Tinubu to solve all the drug problems or NDLEA. Whole of society, and it starts with parenting. Everything starts from the family and the school system. We want the curricula of our schools from primary now. Children from primary are using drugs. We have to start putting this in the curriculum, creating drug-free clubs, counseling centers, and drug tests. The communities, everybody should be each other's brother's keeper. Traditional institutions, markets, churches, mosques, we should all spread the word. And finally, treatment centers, we support state governments to try their best and add more treatment centers for rehabilitation. I think I will ask one last question from this audience. Please, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who want to marry off your daughters to drug addicts, raise your hand. Aha. Therefore, we are promoting and encouraging. We are promoting and encouraging. When your children are getting married, they will do HIV test, ko? They will do geno, ko bakaba. Please, they must also do drug tests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think now we can hand over to the panelists. So we have done our own bit. We'll wait for you. Thank you.
I can remember where I am? Yeah, that's all right. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على نبي الكريم. As has been stated, my name is Senator Ibrahim Ida, Wazir in Katsina, and also Deputy Chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum. Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, and other guests, please allow me to respect the protocol laid earlier. My question is predicated on a statement made here by Mr. President, then President-elect, in October 2022. He said, and I quote, "I do not subscribe to the idea of liberalization of citizens bearing arms. It is a dangerous shortcut to solving our problems. And under my leadership, we will put in extra effort to cut circulation of all weapons and cartel resort to any help by citizens." Now, I want to say that I think, to the credit of Mr. President, he has substantially, really met this prescription. And then, as a prelude to this particular session, I got across to Katsina State government officials responsible for security. I wanted to confirm my facts before laying them here. The first fact is that there has really been a reduction, not a menial reduction, but a substantial reduction in the number of attacks and kidnappings, at least in Katsina State. Now, fact number two, the culprits are local people. 99.9% of the culprits, the kidnappers, the bandits, are local people. No incursions from anywhere. Now, the state governor has said so. Three, most of the losses incurred by the security operatives happen during ambushes. They are ambushed. They are lured, and when they come, they are ambushed. Now, why is that so? I think about the ambush and the loss, it can be traced to really the disparity between the quality of arms being used by the bandits and those being used by the security operators. Now, somehow Katsina State has formed a security guard. Unfortunately, they can only arm them with pump weapons. Pump weapons have just 100-meter range, whereas the AK-47, the military people will know, has a range of over 300. So what they do, they lure them in. The moment they come to within 300, they shoot them, they kill them. Even if the local people try to shoot, they even cannot reach there. So really, I have a question on that. Mr. Security Advisor, my first question is, please, why can you not give a dispensation to these outfits? Not only the one in security outfit, not only the one in Katsina, but the one set up by other states. Why can't you give them the same dispensation you gave to civilian JTF in Northeast? Why don't you give it to them so that they too can bear certain arms under your supervision your prescription and your control? That is the first question. My second question is about the loss of security operatives. A lot of it happened because they go bare, not protected, not covered. Especially the police. The military may have some APCs, but the police don't. So really what happens, and these people, they know the terrain, they know the forest, they know how to hide. So really, why don't you give the military people more, or the police even, more of the APCs? The third question is all these kinetic methods that are being used. Sorry, sir, I was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Defense, so I know a little bit about this. Now, all these kinetic methods are working, but I think you need to also intensify the non-kinetic, especially in the area of surveillance of communication. Sir, why can you not double your efforts in this respect? These are the three questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the first issue raised was on the issue of control of small arms and light weapons. There is an existing law where a center was created in the office of the National Security Advisor for the control of small arms and light weapons. And this is being activated rigorously. Today, we have offices in the six geopolitical zones, and you have witnessed in 2 or 3 occasions where the National Security Advisors lead a team that bundles weapons that we saw collected from people. So we are working on it. We are not just being too loud, because some of these issues on security requires to be discussed discreetly. But we are doing that, and we are working extensively to reduce the proliferation of light weapons and arms. The other question, I guess, on okay, more APCs for the police. We will take it up, but you will remember, you will know, I want you to know that today we have started producing or assembling, and I think 40% production of our all locally produced APCs through DICON. And with that, I think there will be a lot of production for APCs in Nigeria, and prices will be lower, and availability will be sure. Some of the times delivery for these equipments take out 1 to 2 years. But since we have started production, I'm sure we will do more. And we will take this message to Mr. President, and the representative of IG is here. He has taken note, and we will all support it at the national security meetings that we have. And the third questions, on the non-kinetic. I think the governor of Kaduna State is the best to answer this. He has done so beautifully well with us and with our team in solving security problems through non-kinetic. Today, Brunungwari has been freed. The market there is bubbling. Towns around Brunungwari are full of activities. You can drive from Kaduna to Brunungwari by road. Giwa is free. The road between Funtua, Azaria to Gusau up to Sokoto is very free. This road used to be on the news every day. You see 1 or 2 attacks. Today is free, thanks to both the kinetic and the non-kinetic approach done by the governor of Kaduna State and the team at the National Security Advisors and our armed forces. We have seen this also in some part of Katsina. Jibia now is free, and many local governments in Jibia, because of the use of the non-kinetic approach, and that has solved our security situation. We'll continue to work on that, and for instance, in Jibia, I think the Minister of Information will attest to it because he's partly from Jibia, that for the last 6 to 8 months, there hasn't been attacked around Jibia, which used to be daily. There is usually daily attack on that road. By and large, the mixture of both kinetic and no kinetic has helped to reduce the security situation in the north. Even in Niger, the frequency of attacks have reduced significantly by more than 80%. You will all attest to it.
Assembly and their spouses here present, the Secretary to the Bendy State Government, Deaconess Ceremony Deborah Abe, the Chief